So that the session will be recorded, just to be able to have it as a copy as well. So welcome to the session. Thank you everyone for being so prompt and joining right on time, which is awesome. We have a group size of around 12 today, so hopefully we'll have an opportunity to hear from each individual, whether it's directly through questions and coming off mute or whether it's through within the chat. And I'm really excited to be able to run this particular workshop for you on recruitment and selection, a topic that I feel very passionate about because we know that to be successful in our industry, it's really to be able to find great candidates and deliver an exceptional experience for candidates. Again, my name is Jill Cantor. I have been in the recruitment industry for 20 years with Applin. I'm based out of Winnipeg, and I've also been training with ACSESS for, I think, about somewhere between 5 and 6 years. My role with the company, I'm the Director of Learning and Development at Applin. I started off as a recruiter for many years, moved into leadership, and then have been running the training department for at least 8 or 9 years. The session today is, as I mentioned, is really intended to be interactive. And so if not already, please do shut down anything else that might serve as a distraction on your desktop. Maybe put your cell phone on vibrate or do not disturb, and really so you can get the most out of the session. And I know it's really hard in our industry to sort of turn off for 3 hours because deals are happening, candidates are connecting. So obviously if there's any what I would call a 911, by all means, but really try your best to stay focused on the session. We do have 3 hours. We will definitely have a break somewhere in the middle. I do encourage you to take lots of notes, ask questions, as this will really help serve to prepare you for when you write your exam. A couple of questions that I have before we hop into things is really want to know, number one, where you're located. I'd also love to know how long you've been in staffing and if you have a particular vertical or an area that you specialize in. So if you don't mind heading over to the chat, just be a great chance to introduce yourself. Where are you? And where have you been located and what kind of recruiting are you doing? So maybe it's under a year, maybe it's somewhere in between, maybe it's more than 10 years. Again, what kind of role that you focus on and what is your role? Are you a recruiter? Do you do BD? Do you do both? Okay, so we have Kamloops, BC, Director of HR, 6 months in this role. Welcome. Katrina, Newfoundland, mostly recruitment for almost 3 years. Okay, so we've got from coast to coast so far. I always love seeing where everyone is. Employment specialist in Ottawa, been in recruitment for 2 years. Hello, Connor. We have Leanne, CPC Logistics Canada, recruiting commercial drivers for 25 years. Excellent. Located in Montreal, talent acquisition. New Brunswick. Okay, so you're sort of right across the board. Warehousing drivers, recruitment 15 years, director of operations and sales. Okay, so everything in between. So from newer into the industry to many years experience and different roles. We have recruiter, we have account manager, full cycle recruitment. Excellent, welcome. Okay, awesome. Great to have everybody, and I love the diversity in the roles, the experience, and even the geography. That's really great. And so just as a reminder, it's important to be aware of what ACSESS's Code of Ethics stands for. And I am going to ask people at times, so it's not always me doing all the talking, but I would love to ask people to take part in some of the reading if there's something on the screen that's a little bit heavier like this. And by all means, if you don't want to come off mute, by all means, let me know. But I'm going to ask Connor if Connor would be interested or able to read what's on the screen here for the group.
Hi, everyone. I'm Connor. So the ACSESS Code of Ethics says, as members of the Association of Canadian Search, Employment and Staffing Services, we commit to uphold this code of ethics and standards and to display it prominently in our place of business. We support the principles set forth below and acknowledge that compliance with these principles is in the best interest of ACSESS member companies, their candidates, employees, client organizations, and the reputation of the search, employment, and staffing services profession in Canada.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Connor. So again, it's important to be able to recognize that, and all of this information is on the ACSESS website if you ever wanted to reflect back on some of these things like the Code of Ethics and so much more. Also, the ACSESS mission statement is to identify, communicate, and monitor industry standards and ethical business practices, positively influence and protect the regulatory and business environment that impacts our members and the people they serve, to promote credibility and visibility of the industry to the business community, government, and general public, and to provide our members with strategic support services, programs, and tools to assist them in achieving their goals and objectives. So again, just always like to start off every session with that reminder on the Code of Ethics and what are the goals and the mission statement of ACSESS. So really what we're going to do is we're going to delve into, of course, the main topic for today, which is recruitment and selection. And we'll have it broken down a little bit by what recruitment really means, what selection actually means, how do we actually define it. And at the same time, a lot of this is going to potentially feel like a refresher for all of you who have already been in this industry. So a lot of it will seem basically intuitive. It will just feel familiar, sound familiar, but if anything, it's good to serve as a reminder of some of these things, and of course to help you get best prepared for your exams. So recruitment, how do we define recruitment? Recruitment is the process of choosing the right person for the right position at the right time. And it refers to the process of attracting, selecting, and appointing. So essentially, it's really about how do we go about that process? How do we find the individuals? And it's important to recognize that the right employees can take our client's business to new heights, or to your own business to new heights. And the wrong ones obviously will hurt business by missing sales, maybe turning customers off, maybe creating a toxic work environment. And so really in our job and responsibility on the recruitment is figuring out, how do we find the right people? How do we find the individuals based on certain criteria and expectation and goals that we have? And then to be able to execute that process. So does anybody want to share in chat or kind of put their hand up to say on what you think the difference between recruitment is to selection? Oh, if recruitment is like the process of finding the right person, locating them, having those standards in place, then what exactly is selection in that context?
I think it differs because the selection process is you're going to choose candidates that meet your customers' requirements. Strong candidates that way.
Right. So how do you choose them based on the client's requirements? And guys, I really have to apologize. My dog is barking. So if you hear a little bit of barking in the background, I apologize. I might actually have to step away and deal with that. I apologize. Yes. Okay. Katrina suggested that. And then what about Leanne? I saw you popped your hand up there too.
Yeah, so for me, recruitment is building your pool that you can pull from. And during the recruitment process, try and get it targeted so that you're bringing in the right person. And then selection is making sure that you're making the decision on the right person. But you can't select properly if you don't recruit properly, would be my thoughts.
Okay, so yeah, so both, right? Looking at both of those, so that's great. The idea of selection is really that the process of picking or choosing the right candidate. Essentially, who is most suitable for a vacant job? Who is most suitable for our clients' organizations? So again, to kind of differentiate, in other words, selection can also be explained as the process of interviewing the candidates, evaluating their qualities that are required for a specific job, and then choosing the suitable candidate for the position. And so when we take a look at that, really, some authors, if you will define selection in different ways. And so I'm just going to read off my list that I've got here on how selection can be different from recruitment. Again, the recruitment is the process, it's the collecting them, building that pool, finding the people that we want to, and then the selection is going through a set of criteria, of defined criteria to help select the best one. So employee selection, here's some of what authors might say, is the process of putting the right applicant on the right job. It could be the process of choosing the applicants who have the qualifications to fill the job. It could be the process of identifying and hiring the applicants. And then also the selection is the process of matching organizational requirements with the skills and qualifications of the individual. So meaning that not only are we finding the right candidate that's well suited to the job, we're finding the job and the company that's well suited to the candidate, because it has to go both ways, right? Is it the right job for the candidate, and is the candidate the right job for the company? So I'm just going to share a little bit here. And guys, I am really sorry. I'm just going to go and sort of deal with my dog. Can you guys hear her in the background? Okay, so I'm just going to go and one moment. All right, so the purpose is to find the best candidate for the job, but also recognizing that the KSAOs and the personality of the individual will perform well. Right, so the recruitment is the gathering, it's the collecting, you build that pool, but then it's like, how do I differentiate if I have 10 candidates, which 3 get in front of the client? And so when it comes down to what a KSAO is, does anybody know what a KSAO stands for?
Knowledge, skills, abilities, and other.
Okay, beautiful. Well done. And so that's a big aspect too. So when we're taking a look at, it's really the concept that this really is like what's factual, what's procedural information, how can that be applied? What is, maybe it's the skill they have, maybe they're bilingual, maybe it's computer programming, maybe it's based on certain abilities, maybe it's based on academic experience and certificates. So a lot of the things that we're thinking about is, do they bring this to the table? Do they have the knowledge? Do they have the skills? Do they have the abilities? And that's what we're going to break down a little bit when we're working on identifying the different types of candidates and how to really differentiate one over the other, and to be able to do it in a way that that selection process is fair. It's a fair selection process for the candidates, so that they're given fair opportunity to be put in front of a client and be exposed to some of these roles. So how do we differentiate a skill? How do we differentiate an ability or a capability? And they're 2 different things. A candidate could have all the skills in the world and the knowledge, but do they have the capabilities? How successful are they at that? How strong are they in those skills will be the differentiator. And so we'll explore some of those things a little bit later. But before we really jump into the recruiting process, we want to think about what are some of the influencing factors that could really affect the hiring process. And I'm going to start off with one. And I would love for everyone to type into chat on what you think could be an influencing factor that will affect the hiring process with our clients. So number 1, right, as an example to get it started, it might be money is a factor. Maybe it's their budget. Maybe it's what salary they're willing or the hourly rate they're able to expend. What factors influence our client in their process? So time, location, shift, personal situation, current market situation, company policies, work conditions, company culture. Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Position level, right? That could be an influencing factor as well. Is it more entry level? Is it quite senior in scope? Okay, so let's take a look at some of these factors. Relationship with the recruiters could actually also be one. When it comes to, do they have internal recruitment teams that can facilitate that process? Are they working externally? Do they have experience working with recruiters? Do they have the budget to work with recruiters? Do they have the trust to work with recruiters? Again, as somebody mentioned, the role itself, what level of position are they looking to fill can be an influencing factor. It might be very easy to fill the entry level one, or it might be very difficult. Might be super easy to fill a senior level role, but it might be very difficult. Maybe they're going to a northern remote location and it's harder to fill that. Somebody had mentioned current market conditions, state of their internal business, their company policies. Do they promote from within? Do they allow internal referrals? Maybe they have a referral program internally that could also impede our ability as well to help recruit for that client, but could affect theirs. Maybe just general legislations. Maybe there's pay equity, minority, what is the like minimum wage, things like that. And I know someone put in their time constraints. I know you've got some of the notes probably in front of you too, so that's great. Time constraints. How quickly do they need something filled? If it's a temporary assignment, do they need somebody to show up tomorrow morning at 8 when it's 4 p.m. On a Friday? Contract fulfillment. How long is the contract? The length of the contracts? And so when we think about some of these factors, it's really important that we're also recognizing the service that we bring to the client. And so just to use this, again, this is before we even hop into the process of recruiting. Like I said, will probably be a reminder for a lot. Why do you think this matters? Again, if anybody wants to come off mute, by all means, but if you raise your virtual hand, you can come on or type into chat. Why is this important for us as professionals in this industry to really understand these influencing factors for a client?
Based on this information, we may be able to give them advice on how best to fill the role, because generally not all of these things are ideal. We all know in the staffing agency world, we generally don't get the roles that are super easy to fill. We generally get roles that businesses have struggled to fill on their own. And it generally has to do with some of these things, and they may need to make some changes or look at it differently.
Okay, beautiful. And right, so it helps us determine, number one, how do we communicate with the client? Because so much of what we do, whether you're, I know that there's a couple of people on this call that I believe that are working internally with your company's HR processes and recruitment. So whether you're dealing internally with your internal customers, or whether you're at a recruiting agency and you're dealing externally with your customers, then it's, how do we educate them? How can we educate the client? It's all about educating them on expectations, reality. So that's important as well. And it helps us create what that overall strategy could look like. And Connor put into chat to determine the direction and approach that we will need to take. Okay, so it's just having that awareness that there's, and this is only a short list of all of the different factors that can influence. There's so much that can influence things. But if you're a recruiter or a search consultant, or I know that we have an account manager or account managers in the group as well that are more than likely dealing on the client side of things, you're well aware of the fact that there's multiple objectives of recruiting during the hiring process, but not all recruitment objectives are created equal. Just like everything else, some are going to be more important than others. But it really would make sense that the ones that are the most important really are the ones that lead to the most success. And that's what we want. Which are the most important that can directly lead to success? So let's say in the case of a corporate recruiter or an HR professional that, again, there's a couple of you on the call. The success is really represented by hiring the best candidate for the position. For a recruiter in an agency or search consultants, that success is represented by successful placement of the best candidate for the position with the client that engaged our services for the search in the most place. And so let's take a look at some of the different objectives that we may want to look at. So balancing candidate evaluation. That's a really important objective that we need to have. How do we bring a balanced candidate evaluation to the client and to our process? So again, that candidates are getting a fair and equal opportunity to be presented to an opportunity and to be presented to a client. So that we're looking at it, again, when we have that recruitment and we're getting our pools of candidates and we're going through the selection type process, we're taking that balanced approach. And we're really looking at the at this aspect. And then the other aspect that's going to be really important is they're also the willingness to join the organization. So those are two objectives in our process. Number one, are they getting a fair crack at things? And number two, are they even that interested in joining that company? And are they a fit? Right? It's that two-sided equation. Number one is the candidate, the fit for our client. And number two is the candidate, the client, the fit for the candidate. And we really want to be looking at that objectively to deliver a really fair process to our candidates. So can the candidate do the job? Do they have the skills, which is the basic requirement? Do they have the capabilities, meaning how good are they at those skills compared to the other candidate? And then their overall motivation, right? What's their willingness? And so we're going to take a look at that in a little bit more of a broken down viewpoint a little bit later down the road in our session today. But we also want to think about recognizing that we can never assume that we're going to be the ones that are successful. I think enough of us have been at this long enough to know just because we have a job to work on does not mean that we're going to be successful in our endeavors, despite everything that we do. So we can never assume that. But one of the things that I often really put the emphasis on when I'm training our own recruiters in our company and through these calls through ACSESS on this module is really recognizing that we're up against so much. And we have to expect that candidates are going to, or clients are going to find their own candidates too. And it's the speed of which we work and how fast we act is always the critical nature. So speed to market, number one. And part of that is by having that pool of candidates, by really building that pool and making sure we have a good repertoire there. But we always have to ask who they also have internally so that we're not caught off guard. Companies have to move quickly if they hope to successfully complete and compete for their talent. So when we think about other sources, what are some of the other client sources? What are all of the sources? I'd just be curious to see if everyone can sort of really think about how much are we actually up against? Because when I ask recruiters, well, who are you competing with? Right? Often they say, well, I'm competing with other firms and maybe LinkedIn. But who else are you really competing with? What are all of the sources that the client has? Right. What are we truly up against? Not just our own competitors. Okay, internal referrals. Right. Do they have an internal referral? In-house recruiters, their own recruiting activities, right? Sometimes it's with their own in-house recruiters or HR. Maybe it's that line manager has their own network. I know when I was recruiting for all those years, my area of focus was sales, and those sales directors, they all had their own network, different promotions, their marketing activities, brand awareness. Maybe it's like going on to campus recruitment. Maybe it's those, career fairs. It could be their own networking. their own marketing efforts. So there's a lot that we want to remember that we're up against. And so who's the main competitor? And again, I don't mean other firms. So it could be HR, but really we want to be thinking about HR as not our competitor, but as our ally and our champion, and working together to help the HR and internal recruitment team expand their reach. So it's not about them HR being our foe, not at all. We need them to be our allies. We're there to help work together and to support each other. It's those promotions, it's the transfers. Maybe it's someone transferring from one city to the next, or one branch to the next, or one country, right? Sometimes those creep up where we didn't realize, is there anybody internally that might be a good fit for the role? Maybe it's a former employee that decides to come back, or they decide to tap on that person's shoulder. I know I've been burned a few times by that. Those internal job postings, employee referrals, previous applicants that maybe were in the system a long time ago. I know I certainly have come up against that. So there's so many other things that are happening that we want to make sure that we're fully aware of, so that we don't assume that it's just LinkedIn or job boards. There's so much more that goes to that. And there's lots of pros for the client, right? For them, if they go and they do their own efforts, it's simple, could be easy, quick, depending on how many applicants they have to go through. It could be cost effective. Maybe for some of these individuals, if they're transferring an employee, they're promoting somebody, it's a former employee, it's a employee referral, it's a previous applicant, the onboarding, the induction and training tends to be easier and faster for them. Internally, it motivates employees. So there's a lot of reasons why our clients are looking internally, and they should, right? They should have a promotion and a succession plan and retention strategy, but it makes our job that much harder. That means we have to work that much faster. It means we have to really disseminate which candidate truly stands out from the rest, to really make sure that we're bringing value to the table. So we're going to break down the different steps in the process. And again, this will all seem super intuitive, especially because I know that we've got a lot of, variety of experience on here. But we understand what recruitment is, right? It comes down to building that pool of candidates, really being able to act quickly and figure out the avenues to try to find them. But there's those different steps in the process, and we're going to break down the different steps, which really, it goes back to the job order. Just by a thumbs up, does everybody agree that when it comes to the steps in the initial steps in the recruitment process, because often when I ask people that, new people or people who have been experienced, what is your first step in recruiting? Well, they'll often say, well, post the job, go on to LinkedIn or post our internal postings. But they actually forget that the real job intake is the real part of that process, and not to underestimate that. Does everybody agree with that? You could use your emojis and stuff just to give me thumbs up. Okay. It really begins at this process. It's not about posting that job ad. It's about the job order intake. And then it's the sourcing and the finding of the candidates, and then the interviewing and candidate selection, and then testing and references. Everything goes back to the job order, and not enough people really take that to heart, and how the crucial nature of a good job order intake. And so this really is what has to happen first. I mean, it goes without saying, it's part of the process. We shouldn't necessarily start a search without really understanding what the job is, whether it's a one-day contract or a long-term permanent role. And really, what is the purpose? And it really provides the recruiter with a greater opportunity to help fill a role. Part of taking that requires us to make sure we understand the job and to truly understand that. So because there's so much variety on this call of, some individuals who are in the HR departments, internal recruiting, external recruiting, we've got recruiters, we have account managers, we have some that do the full 360 scope. I'd love to understand from your perspective, when you think about the job order and the purpose of the job order, what aspects do you think is the most critical to really help ourselves, or if you're an account manager and your recruitment team are doing the recruiting elements, what's the most critical elements to the job order to really help ensure that we find the right candidates? Jessica raised her hand.
Hi, Jill.
Hi.
Yes, so what I think and what we've been taught, well, at our agency is the must-haves and nice-to-haves. So that's where we come in as, recruiters or people in HR, and we tell our client, look, we're not going to walk on water for you, but what is the absolute must of the order, and what are the additional nice-to-haves that we can work with? I think that's probably one of the most crucial components, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And thank you, Jessica. And so that for sure, when we all have different clients and we all have different clients that are allowing us to have the certain amount of time needed to get that job intake. Some will say you've got 5 minutes, which isn't ideal. Some will say you've got a full hour, which is a bonus, right? A bonus if we can get that much. Then you can really go into the nitty-gritty on things as much as you possibly can. And based on the scope of role and what's actually required. Some of these clients, we've done the same job multiple times over and over again. Really, maybe there's a tiny little tweak here or there that might take literally 5 to 10 minutes. But if all else fails, that nice to have and that must have is great, right? So give me the must haves. Do not bring a candidate forward unless, and then what's the cherry on top? Like what's just going to really differentiate one candidate from the next? So those are important. What else? Gizem?
Yes, hi. Also, the other thing that it's really important when they need it, when they need to fill this job. So that gives me understanding how many days, how many hours that I have to find the right candidate.
Mm-hmm. Right, excellent. And that also helps you understand the urgency, right? How urgent is this for the client? A lot of our clients will say, well, I needed somebody yesterday. And then we all know they hurry up and wait, right? Hurry up and wait. Get me 10 candidates, or hopefully not, get me 3 candidates as fast as you can. And then 3 weeks later, you still haven't heard from the client. So sometimes when do they need them by can help us prioritize everything else that we're working on. But it could also start thinking about that sense of urgency that we might have. Excellent. Anything else that you would add to that list?
Understanding like the good job description, the qualifications, in-depth detail on that.
Yeah, right. The good qualifications, the good job description, understanding.
I
And
always like to know, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jen.
I was just going to say that like what that also allows us to do is to be able to sell the opportunity back to the candidate. Because what I'm hearing now, which is good, like what do we need to find the candidate, the must-haves, the nice-to-haves, and the time. But we also want to keep in mind is, okay, well, I know all that. I have 10 candidates. I only want to present 3. So how am I going to sell the opportunity? What are the things I also want to know on why is this a good job? Why is this a good opportunity? Why is this a good company? Okay, excellent. And so there was
I
somebody.
always like to know how much they're willing to train the candidate too. That's the thing for us is we often get a long list of qualifications that they need. We're dealing with truck drivers. So, some transmissions are automatic, some are manual. If they're willing to train them on a different speed manual transmission, we need to know that, or if they don't have time for that.
Right, right. And then also like different class, do you need to know like the different classes and that as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Excellent. I actually am in the process of potentially putting together a training program for driver recruitment for a company too. So yeah, excellent. Okay, so some great ideas here and we'll go a little bit deeper. But as I mentioned, right, at the end of the day, how do we find them? But then how do we get that candidate interested? Whether it's a 1-day temp or a direct hire permanent placement. What if you have a 1-day temp, but that temp has 3 other options too that they can look at? How do we ultimately take the role to the candidates to fill the position? So it's not enough necessarily just to ask the client, what do you need? That goes without saying, but it's how do I present this? How do I actually make it so that somebody wants to take the job? And there's so many benefits to that. to really having that opportunity. And again, in some instances, truly, we may get 5 minutes and a job description, and that's all we get. But it's generally speaking, not always enough. And so poorly or underqualified jobs are a major contributor to failure for recruitment consultants. And some of the times it's not our fault. It's really the client is like, that's all I'm giving you. I got 5 minutes. I'm busy. Just find me candidates. And so that's kind of puts us in an awkward position. So how can we mitigate that? How can we at least try to mitigate that, right? What would happen if we didn't properly qualify our jobs, whether we tried or not, whether the client is like, nope, that's all you get? By a show of hands or a thumbs up, is that something that people see often? Right? It's, yep, got 10 minutes for you when you're like, oh, okay, never worked with your company before, don't know a lot, don't know really what your culture is or what you're looking for, or what makes a good fit or what the job scope is, but okay, I'll do my best. And I'm going to only safely say that most of us would have experienced that. It maybe at least once or 100 times, right? What can we do? Okay, got a thumbs up on that one. What can we do? What can we aim to do? Doesn't mean it's going to work, but what can we at least attempt to do? Or if you're a recruiter and you're not dealing with a client and you have an account manager, what can your account manager peer try to do? Prepare beforehand. In which way? Read their website. Okay, so ask questions. Yes, of course, for sure. Like, who are they? What industry are they in? What clients do they serve? But what else can we at least attempt to do? Any thoughts? In our best efforts, it comes down to, again, oh, let's see, someone put something in chat. Look at company reviews. Yeah, you can, right? You can go into Glassdoor, you can look at reviews, but it comes back down to that education piece of it. And sometimes we're nervous or we're afraid to push back on the client, right? When they say that they're going to give us 5 minutes. It may be a matter of, okay, we could do that, but we're going to sacrifice the quality of the candidates that we bring. We're going to sacrifice the speed of which we're going to bring. And is that okay? Because we really want to make sure of our pool of our candidates that we're going to go out there and find for you, and the candidates we already have, we're only guessing. So I always say it goes back to educate, educate, educate. And so what we need from a job order, so some of the things that we've already talked about, right? So a variety of things that we need. We want to understand a couple things. And this is just like, the bare minimum. But what will the candidate actually be expected to do? So number one, what's the job that goes beyond just a job description? Which again, if they have a good, well-written job description, that's a good start. But go beyond the job description, because again, I've been at this long enough to say, when they email you and say, here's the job description, here's the salary, and here's 2 things that we need. Okay, I mean, I'm going to do my best. I'll see what we have. And sometimes it could be super easy because you've done the same job many, many hundreds of times, same candidates, it's easier. But sometimes it gets a little bit trickier. So what will they be expected to do? What is the client looking to hire or engage, right? What do we need to know about the client company or the job site or that information? What's the environment like? What's the location? Are they on a bus route? What's the transportation? What's the parking? Are they, right? If this is an office type job, do they have their own office space? Do they not? Like, what are all the things that candidates may want to know, right? When you think about how many times that we've probably taken a job order or we've been given a job order by our peers and try to sell it back to a candidate and they pepper you with a lot of questions, right? How is that, right? When they pepper you with questions that you're like, I don't know, I'm not sure. Oh, I don't know. Doesn't give the candidate as much confidence as they might need. What salary is available? How quickly do they need to find someone, right? The timelines, and then that commitment. At the end of the day, how committed is the client actually to us? And by the speed of which they respond to us, by the information and the time that they're willing to give to us. And again, when I say time willing to give to us, I'm not talking about an hour. I'm talking like 15 minutes is still better than 5 minutes. So just some food for thought. And again, sometimes these are things that are outside of our control and we make do with the best of what we have. But what would a solid job order? So beyond those things, right? Beyond the job content, the salary, the work site, their time and urgency, what are some other things? What would be like the bonus, right? The must-haves, the nice-to-haves, but what would be some other things that a solid job order may include? What could be some other like bonus factors that could help us find candidates, select the candidates, but then also sell the opportunity to the candidates? And you could use chat too. Future growth, right? Is there a future growth path? Or are there future opportunities for that individual? Offers, is there bonus, commission, right? Depending on the role. Location, right? The stability, maybe the job stability, the company stability, the team stability, where they had success from competitors, right? Job fields, excellent. I love that one. On where I love them all, but where have you found people in the past? That helps us get right to the potential source of where they might find people. Is it remote or hybrid? Being aware of any employment rewards, events, tuition, full benefits. Okay, so getting that whole piece of that. The hours are important. But going back to that one on where they've had success hiring before, that's also really great to sort of then to go with that further, right? Are there certain companies that you would love me to find them from? Are there certain companies you want me to steer clear from? Are there certain industry associations, right? And it's okay. Sometimes I've trained enough recruiters for them to say, well, I don't want to ask that question. Because if I ask that question, then I sound like I'm not the one that's the informed or I'm not the expert. But that's okay. If we just pretend that we're the expert and we don't ask the question because we don't want to seem like we're not the expert, then we're only doing a disservice to ourselves and the client. So are there industry associations outside of XYZ that I should be aware from? Are there industry trade shows that you typically attend? Right? Maybe there's things that you could be looking there. So it's really asking the client because they're going to know best of what that looks like. So let's take a look at a couple of other things that are on here. So performance standards. I want to know, right? If I can ask the client that, what is the performance standard? What are the expectations of this individual? What does the first month look like, week, year? What are the policies? COVID protocols is a little bit not as important in some companies anymore. What are the hours? What are the terms? What are the start dates? Again, those KSAOs required. Where do they locate the right candidates? What organization, right? The income, benefits, what's the culture like in your company? And then what about stretching the job order? Does anybody know what this looks like and what an example might be? What could stretching the job order mean or look like?
Is it possibly keeping an eye out for other candidates that might not fit in that role, but might work for a different role within the customer that you're hiring for?
That would be more of really kind of keeping that pool of candidates open, right? That would be a little bit more around like keeping that pool open, not just closing off a candidate because they're not the absolute right fit. Here's the concept of like, you know, like how do you stretch the order to help us open up the pool of candidates so that it's not so like, again, it's about that recruiting and building that pool of people. So when you stretch the order, it opens up that pool to more people. Okay, transferable skills. Okay, give me an example. Maybe you can type that into chat. Right, so how, like, again, it's like the stretching. Just like when I interview candidates, how do you stretch that candidate in the interview? Right, how do you stretch their expectations? Any thoughts on this one? To me, this is one of the most important parts of a job order too, is to help us open the pool of candidates. And it's not always going to be relevant in every single job intake or job order or every role that we recruit for, but there are areas to stretch that so that we're thinking outside the box, that we're not just like in this silo of they said they need 1, 2, 3. Okay, you need 1, 2, 3. Now, if you tell me that you need someone to have 3 to 5 years experience, if I find somebody that has 2 years and they're rock solid, do you not want me to present them to you? Oh yeah, no, still presents them. Stretching the order. Well, you say the salary range is 45,000 to 55,000. Can you go beyond 55,000? No, that's the range. So if I have a candidate who meets all the criteria, they're excellent, they're willing and able to start, but they need 57,500, do you not want me to present them to you? No, still bring them. Right, stretching the order. They need to have a university degree. But what if I have somebody excellent who has a university diploma or a college diploma, but not the degree? Do you still want to see them? Well, we do have a company policy. It has to be a university degree, but if they have ABC 1, 2, 3, we're good with a college diploma. Excellent. So now I've opened up that pool of candidates. Now we need somebody that has only ever worked in the trucking and transportation industry for our logistics role. Okay, so if I have somebody that's also worked within the manufacturing realm where there was a logistics department and they did all the same things, would you not want to hear about them? So that's what I'm talking about, stretching the order so that it helps us open up the scope of the candidates that we're able to access and go after. Other things that might be a bonus in that job intake is that should say, why should a candidate join the company, right? Let's say that we have a candidate, they have 2 opportunities for a temporary or contract assignment, and they're looking at one over another. And so why should they join your company? Why should I pool my gainfully employed candidate from their happy job that they're good at when I go to headhunt them to join your company? Right? What is it about your company that's going to entice somebody to quit their permanent job and come to another company? What are the issues, challenges with the company? And I'll often say to the client, listen, I want to know. I want to know the good, the bad, and the ugly, because these are the questions our candidates are going to ask us. So it will help me. How do we set those expectations? And this actually shouldn't even be a bonus. This should be, it goes without saying, in every job order, set the expectation. It goes back to that educating the client, educating. And so what are some areas that you may think to educate a client? What would be an example of an area where you may educate a client under searching, for setting search expectations? Where do we want to really set expectations during that job intake? And even if it's only a 1 minute, like it could take you 1 minute, really, in the grand scheme of things, to set expectations. Again, it's all about getting the right candidate in a timely manner and speed to market. So how can we help set that expectation with a client? If anybody wants to come off mute.
Hi, sometimes the time that they get back to us really matters because candidates, they are actively doing interview. If someone is in the market, it's most likely that, especially in the senior level, they are not going to stay for a long time. So client needs to sometimes move ahead faster if they don't want to miss the right candidate for the position. So we need to educate them. That's the reason we ask them, like, how soon you want to fill this role, because when we bring the candidate, we want you to move with the interview process, because otherwise all our effort will be for nothing. We come back to the square one again.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, that's an excellent expectation to set. And I see Whitney put into chat response times, right? So how quickly do we need them to respond? And also setting our own expectation. If we say, oh yeah, no problem, I'm going to get you 3 candidates by tomorrow, but you start doing the search and you realize, oh, it's actually harder than I realized because this company has a bad reputation that I'm not aware of, and every candidate said no, now we've disappointed the client, right? So it's setting our own realistic expectations on how quickly that we're going to be able to serve them, response times, how quickly we need them to get back to us, because if we send you a candidate and you said, it's like we needed them yesterday and I'm going to send you 3 candidates by the end of the day today so they could be interviewed on Monday, like we need a response back. So it's setting that expectation. And then sources of additional information, right? If we're really given tight time constraints and the client's like, you literally have 10 minutes, and we're like, okay, well, we still want to go with it. There's other things that we can be doing to help us at least build our knowledge base, to help us figure out, okay, where might I find these people? How do I package this opportunity to a candidate, kind of to make sure that it's an attractive opportunity for a candidate, regardless of the role, right? So looking at our own CRM, what's the history, what's the work we've done with them, what kind of positions, what do the notes say, doing a Google search, which is obviously pretty standard fare, Glassdoor, maybe candidate intel, maybe you've interviewed multiple candidates that have worked for that company before, or candidates who've worked for their competitors, and you have a little bit of intel. LinkedIn, right? What are you seeing on LinkedIn? Who are the people that work there? What is the background, right? If you're looking for a logistics coordinator for a company and there's other logistics coordinators at that client, what's their background look like? I used to do that all the time, is to take a look and say, well, what did that salesperson look like for that company? Okay, well, I'm going to go and start looking at those places for those people. Or what are they posting on LinkedIn as a company? Do you get a sense or a feel for the culture and who they are? Social media, right? A lot of companies have their social media accounts outside of LinkedIn. Is there anything you can see there that gives you some indication? And then the job description itself, obviously, to really break that down. So lots of different sources. If you go to networking events, things like that, you'll learn more things too. So in short, it's important that we really help us when we start building out our selection criteria. This is really going to help us to develop, to guide our recruitment decisions. And during the recruitment process, our candidates are assessed on the extent to which they meet some of these criteria, right? The preferred candidate is selected according to their overall suitability for the role and the best fit with the criteria relative to other candidates. So we really want to make sure that we have all the information that we really need at the beginning. And when we're really thinking about how do we select them based on this, because again, we can get a lot of applicants, we can find a lot of candidates, we can go to LinkedIn and see 300 candidates that could potentially be a fit. But at the end of the day, it's like, this is the information that we may want to help us really with that proper selection so that we can operate quickly for the client. And again, sometimes it comes down to that education. So these are just some of the things here that I've got on the screen here that might really help break that down. What are the titles that I want? Maybe alternate titles. Maybe it's one, are you willing to look at somebody who's got, not quite that title, but it's one rung below? Industries, sub-industries, what companies, direct competitors, indirect competitors, all of that stuff. I'm asking all those questions because that's going to help me find the candidates the fastest if I really know that. And I'm not just saying to the client, what are you looking for? What do you need? And again, unless you've done that same job over and over and over and over again for the same client, well, you already know, but you may know. So these are just some of the things that I would look at. So now we're going to go to that step 2, right? We've talked about any questions, by the way, any questions on some of that stuff. We have a lot of ground to cover. So I'm going to go through this next piece is a little bit faster. But I love really spending that time on the job order because of the critical nature of getting as much as we can. Any questions or comments on step 1 before we're going to step 2? Okay. So step 2 is the sourcing and the finding. And many consultants have stated, that they sometimes don't have the time to prioritize sourcing. And why do we need to source for new candidates? And one of you who asked the question about, stretching the order, does that mean we might have another opportunity for a candidate who doesn't fit that job? And that's part of that, sourcing new candidates and building that pool, which is a great comment. Like, that's awesome. Yes, you want to still work with that candidate for other things and build that pool and have those talent matrices so that you've got people at the ready. But at the same time, it's that constant sourcing. And when I do all my training, a lot of people say, well, in theory, I love the idea of sourcing for new candidates and proactively, or what's also called the pre-recruiting, right? How do you pre-recruit candidates? I learned that from a trainer, Peter Lefkowitz, many years ago on pre-recruiting. So also finding candidates before you may ever need them. so that you have people at the ready, and we're not just working on a reactive basis all the time, because we know how stressful that could be. So sourcing is part of finding candidates for the active jobs that we have, goes without saying. That's very obvious. But then also the sourcing, right? Finding great people based on the types of roles that we're always recruiting for, so that we have a fresh pool of candidates, and it's not just when we're in a 911 emergency to fill a role. But many consultants do stage that, right? I don't simply have the time to prioritize sourcing. And so we end up working with the best of who they find the fastest, which can definitely work well, right? We can find the best of who we can find the fastest, which, okay, that can do us well. We can make placements. But what about when the client is pickier, right? What about when they are a little bit pickier than maybe we're used to? Maybe they're looking for that purple squirrel, right? That unicorn candidate. And so we have to really be thinking around our process. And so I'd love to ask all of you, does everyone, and again, there's no judgment here, because everyone manages things differently. It's not about that, but I'm just more out of interest in chat, curious, do you find time in the week? Every day would be a great goal, but do you find time in the week to just source new people, whether you need them immediately or not? Source, screen, maybe interview, headhunt. Is that something that you're currently able to? Okay, I see some yeses. Or is it something that you wish you had time to do, but you're just too swamped with other things, which is totally realistic for most? Okay, wish to do, okay. So it goes without saying that it would be awesome, like, even if, and I hear this a lot, I'm too busy. I'm too busy filling the roles that I have. And again, eventually that well runs dry of the best candidates. And one of the things that I always love to say to a client, or that I coach people to say, is if they mean it, is that our job is not to just find you the best of who applied, but our job is to find you the best of who's truly out there for you, in the best of our capability. That's our goal. And so by doing that, by allowing yourself some proactive time to source and build that pool and to build out that matrix, would be time really well spent. And so I just invite you, and I invite you to think about how you can shave off certain parts of your day or your week that can be used for what I would call a higher impact task, like building a pool of really talented candidates. And you do not need to have a job. You don't have to have a role to call a candidate. And that's also a sort of one of those things that people believe, is that, well, I can't call candidates if I don't have a job to present to them. And again, every company is going to have their own rules and nuances and how you operate your desks. But generally speaking, I urge people, I really invite people to reframe that dialogue that you might have and say, I'm building my pool of candidates, whether I have a job for them or not. It's okay to call candidates just to build that pool and build relationships. And so think about, how can you find time, right, to cut out some of the quote unquote busy making stuff, right? How often do you leave at the end of the day feeling you were so busy, but nothing really of value was done? Or it felt like you were so busy, but really, where did you get to? Maybe did your activities in that day move the business forward? So at the start of each day, ask yourself, right, what do I need to do today to move my desk forward? What do I need to do today to move those jobs forward? What do I need to do today to build a better pool of candidates that I can tap into? And then at the end of the day, just ask yourself, right, did I move that desk forward the way I hoped to? So think about, what are the things that you can stop doing so that you have more time to build out your business? And so again, when it comes to the source of candidates, just like our clients, they have a plethora of locations to find candidates. And we're one of that. It would be awesome if companies used us exclusively, but that's unrealistic in many situations, especially nowadays. Like when I started in recruiting 20 years ago, LinkedIn was not a thing, really. I don't remember it being a thing back then. But we weren't using LinkedIn. That wasn't like a source for the clients to find candidates or to post their jobs, right? I would literally remember starting like by looking in the yellow pages sometimes for figuring out what companies to call. So sources of candidates, there's so many, and we've listed internal recruiters, HR departments, referrals, there's job boards, like the plethora of job boards, specialized association website job boards, there's networking, there's who do you know, there's like, it goes on and on and on. So we're one piece of that puzzle. And because we're one piece of that whole picture and all of the sources that clients have, and because they do want to save money and not necessarily go directly to recruiting companies, we need to build and maintain that database so that we are able to provide value. We're able to demonstrate why they came to us in the first place. What can we bring them that they don't already have access to so that we're not wasting their time? And so I'd love to hear from everybody to share. When you think about building and maintaining a candidate database, what is that? How do we do that? What are all of those sources that you might be tapping into? How can we tap in and really bring value to the client? Because we don't want to just post a job on our website, because the client can do that too, right? If we just post a job and get candidates, well, like they can do the same. Although if they don't have the structure to source through all those candidates, really identify and go through the screening and go through the process and identify fake candidates, fake resumes, right? We have the ability to do that, and that's where the value can be. But how do we also add value by the sources of candidates?
I think being aware of the candidates we do have in front of us and determining their skill set and where they're best suited and reaching out to customers. I don't know if that's the right answer.
I mean, that is an important factor, but I'm just
Yeah.
thinking like the sources, right? How do we build that database? How do we become self-sustaining?
For here, we recruit on Indeed, Career Beacon, our website, and I maintain all those job ads on a regular basis to keep everything fresh. I know with Indeed and Career Beacon, if it is up there for so long, it goes stale. And again, presenting my job descriptions and job ads in a professional manner. Like I get a lot of foot traffic here in the office because of how things are presented. So is that a better answer?
Yeah, no, that's excellent, right? So you're thinking, so you're looking at some of the job boards, you're keeping it fresh, you're updating it, your internal database of candidates, headhunting on Indeed, LinkedIn, ZipRecruiter, understanding hiring trends throughout the year and using direct recruit in those times through sources like LinkedIn, specific target roles, not only being passive when it comes to candidate applying, going out to find the right fit for the role by utilizing a combination of sources, right? Excellent. Okay, so lots of different things, but really recognizing that element and the value that we can bring to the client. And when we're thinking about that, right, so we're building our pool of candidates, we're trying to think outside the box, we're asking questions, right, we're hopefully in that job intake, like companies to contact, not contact, industries, secondary industries, tertiary industries, industry associations, other associations, right, like maybe looking in groups on LinkedIn, like really digging deep. So we're building that pool and we're trying to get as creative as we can. So now it's the selection part of it, right? We've got our pool, we've built that up, we're screening them, or we're doing a phone screen and an interview. Sometimes it's a 2-in-1, depending on the type of desk that you operate. But when we're really looking at that selection criteria, we're really looking at it as a kind of a guide, right? A guide for recruitment decisions. So this is also where our true value comes in. Our value comes in by identifying good candidates. But again, because we're competing with companies, they can do all that. They can post a job, they can go onto LinkedIn, they can hire internal recruiters, they can go onto job boards and career fairs and network and internal employee referrals. They can do all of those things, of which they do. So our job is to then also help create a rigorous selection structure to help us be able to bring them the top candidates, to help them so they don't have to go through a bunch and go through that process. This is the value, is how do we select them? How do we identify them? How do we go through a rigorous assessment process and find that a preferred candidate for them according to the overall suitability? So some of us may take a different approach. And again, if it's helped to identify who meet the minimum requirement, right? That's the bare minimum. Then we're going to want to go a little bit deeper and figuring out outside of the bare minimum or the bare skills, how do we give them the ultimate decision to bring them those candidates who truly stand out? So some people may use a scorecard, right? Often our clients in HR departments, or they've created these for their internal, for their line managers, hiring managers, or through their own processes, will have a selection criteria. So some type of scorecard. And I'm just more out of interest, out of curiosity. Do you ever use something like this? Whether you're currently in part of an internal HR team, or you're an agency recruiter, do you use some type of selection criteria so that you're really measuring one candidate compared to the next candidate on a really fair basis? Is that a structure that you've put into place? And do you see the value of that structure? If not, yes. So I see yes. Yes, just created one recently, and it has been a game changer. Absolutely. Leanne, I'm just curious if you're comfortable sharing, because you said it's been a game changer. Are you able to, do you mind sharing in which way, whether you come off mute or you share in the chat? So this is a little bit different than just the interview form, right? And I'm hoping that most of you use an interview structure. But this is like comparing candidate, like we've got 5 candidates, the client only wants 3. Which 3 get in front of the client, despite if I like one candidate more than the other because they're a little bit funnier, or they're a little bit friendlier. But when it comes to like really fair comparison, Leanne, are you comfortable sharing in which way it's been a game changer?
Yeah, for sure. I think my team just really needed direction in looking at the candidates kind of lined up beside each other, instead of, if you envision 5 different files, like peeking at them. We wanted to measure them off of the same measures and be able to look at it as one piece. Sorry, I have a cat in the background. You have a dog in the background.
Yeah, no worries.
And it has been really good for us because I've built them customized based off of each client and each position. So we're taking those the key things that we need for each position that is totally customized, and make sure that we're hitting the biggest pain points for our customers. And so not only is it helping us compare the candidates, but it's also helping us make sure that we're taking those comparisons and lining it up perfectly to what the customer has asked for as well. So it hasn't changed, really how we do things. It's just made it easier to base our decision and trust that we're making the right decision.
Beautiful. Thank you, Leanne. And so does your team mostly recruit perm, or do you also do that for temp as well?
We do it for both. Yeah. And I've put it in for both sides of the business, and most of our customers are repeating customers as well. But when we have a new customer, I sometimes have done exactly what you've shown here, candidate A, candidate B, candidate C, and presented this to a new customer so they see the work that we're doing in the background to make sure that we're tailoring it down. And sometimes, we involve them in a bit more of the decision-making process and say, hey, this is what we've been able to find within the wage range that you have. These ones are interested. We always tie definitely our projected fit for the even things that are as basic as if they were pleasant to talk to, because sometimes you speak to people that are indifferent, and we compare that as well. If someone's been pleasant and engaged, one of the things that we measure is how quick they've been at getting their documents back to us. That's another measure that we have in there, and that just gives a customer if they've been, 5 out of 5 of getting their documents to us on time, well, as an employee, they're more likely to perform as such.
Yeah, no, I love that. I think that's a really awesome suggestion. And so whether it is a tool that's being used internally for your own purposes or being shared with a client, I think that's beautiful. And it really allows you to kind of use this assessment or a grid matrix to, really systemically compare the candidate resumes, making that screening process more objective as well, rather than kind of having a lot of different documents and notes everywhere. Great, thank you for sharing that. And so, yeah, so one of those things that could really help with that criteria, and I also understand that sometimes if you're on a temp desk and it's like literally you got to send somebody the next day to show up, this is not necessarily going to be the right fit if it's for a next day type scenario. So some sourcing mistakes, we all make those mistakes once in a while. And sometimes we're making mistakes that we want to keep in mind when it comes to sourcing. And one of the things that we often look at, for example, is making those assumptions. And there is no single best method for sourcing. It's trial and error. It's figuring it out. It's not one size fits all. It depends on the role, depends on the industry, depends on the candidate, depends on so many factors. But one of the things that we want to think about is some of the mistakes that we make. And one of that is making assumptions also about candidates that you've never met. And so often recruiters might, write to a potential candidate to an email or LinkedIn messaging and use a standard blurb, right? That we've cut and pasted into other emails. And so maybe that standard blurb is like, I've got the most amazing job for you that I know you're going to love. But we're making an assumption on that. How do we know, right, that they're going to love that? How do we actually know if they're a fit for that? How do we know any of those things? And the truth is you have no idea that they're going to like it or not like it. And then you end up risk losing any possible trust that you might otherwise have gotten. How about discounting active job seekers? Now, this used to be something that might be more old school, and something that I was trained 20 years ago to believe, especially on a perm desk. And one of the things that was that was sort of trained in me, and some people still feel this way, but I think we need to change the dialogue on it, is that many recruiters today still believe that only, now again, more on a perm side, but only passive candidates are desirable. So if a candidate is passive or that headhunted candidate, some believe that they're the only desirable ones for the client. And some of our clients still believe that. But what's wrong with that, right? What's wrong with that is that it also depends on what you're looking for. And what's wrong with that is there's so many great candidates that bring talent and skills and capabilities, and for their own reason or another, may not currently be looking, or may not currently be working. And so that belief that, well, only the gainfully employed or good candidates isn't true. And that does sometimes come back to that dialogue with that client is, you know what, we have some excellent candidates out there for one reason or another are not currently working, but bring everything. And so, but again, that was trained into me like years back because I ran a perm desk. And that paradigm, that dialogue needs to shift so that we don't discount that for those roles. What about writing general job ads that don't, weed out the weak matches? Writing a general job ad that doesn't weed out the weak matches. And really, in today's job market, it takes a millisecond for somebody to apply to a job, a millisecond. I know my daughter, my teenage daughter, we're trying to help her get a summer job and applying to jobs. I can't get over how quick it is. Like literally resume, submit and apply. What? That's it? Like that's all? And so it's often easy for a recruiter to amass thousands of resumes or hundreds of resumes when placing the online ad. But what's wrong is that unless you set some kind of bar for a candidate to jump over, it can be so time consuming to go through all those resumes. And again, yes, that's the value we bring to our clients, right? If they're posting their own ads and we sort of say, well, we can kind of take that time away and we can put that. But again, putting a few things maybe to just really be able to hopefully get the right qualified people for the job. So you don't want to narrow it down so much. You have to be careful in your wording on job ads. You can't discriminate, and all those things goes without saying. But you really also want to make sure that you have some things in there so that you can narrow it down a little bit. Other things that we do, turning a blind eye to candidates who don't fit to a T. So what's wrong with this? They don't fit it to a T, right? Sometimes we turn a blind eye to a candidate who's, maybe they're not at least a 7 out of 10. So what's wrong with this idea? And this is one of those moments when I'm training with recruiters, they're like, oh, right. Yes. If I'm always waiting for that 10 out of 10, not going to find all of the right candidates. The clients are going to be waiting for a long time. And if a client is like, where's my candidates? Where's my candidates? And we're waiting for that 10 out of 10, it's going to be a long time because very few candidates are truly a 10 out of 10. I can honestly say that maybe on a handful of times I made a placement where I'm like, they nailed it. Like everything they brought was absolutely perfect. The majority of the time, the reality is that if there are 7 out of 10, where there's a couple of things that maybe they don't have, or they don't have 5 years, but they have 3 years, or they don't have, right? And so I'd like to know people's perception on this one. If anyone wants to come on or type into chat, what's your viewpoint on this one? Are you always waiting for that 10 out of 10, which a lot of people do, right? 5 out of 10s can come quickly, 10 out of 10s with the right opportunity and training, okay? Yeah. Gizem.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes wording on the resume. Sometimes I don't only use keywords on the resume, because sometimes some candidates, they use different wording for specific skill trait, for example. So sometimes maybe when you first glance at the resume, the person is 5.5/10, right? So, and then when you talk to the person, when you ask the right questions, when you ask the follow-up questions, you see that sometimes the thing that you are looking at it, they have it. Sometimes they don't think that it's important to mention in the resume because they are trying to, keep it short. I believe wording in the resume, and also knowing what we are looking for under different titles, under different job descriptions, can be turning a blind eye.
Yes, definitely. I love that. Thank you. And that's important, right? To really think about it, like keywords and all of those aspects, different, like how people might word something, or what it might look like on an actual resume. You can sometimes miss out on great way to hire based on character and potential. Okay. So again, 7 out of 10, or like Connor put, sometimes a 5 out of 10 can become a 10 out of 10. So really thinking about that, right? That's a resourcing mistake that we might make if we're like, nope, they don't have that. Nope, 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 nope. But let's look a little bit deeper. Let's kind of say, well, maybe. And that also comes back to that education with the client. And I learned the hard way. I used to say to clients, oh yeah, I'm going to get you that 10 out of 10, no problem. Like easy peasy. Really? How easy is that? And then you disappoint. And so I'm going to say, listen, I'm going to be thrilled if I find you that 7 out of 10. Obviously the big stuff, like if there's like the real, like, don't even talk to me if they don't have these must-haves. But if there's certain things where it's like, I'm really excited and I'm going to bring them to you. So it's managing expectations. Putting all your faith in a well-written ad. So a little contradictory to the one where it's like making sure you're putting specific things in the job ad to weed some out, but it's also obviously placing all your faith in a really well-written ad. We already know that's not going to be enough. That's going to generate some candidates. For some desks, that generates excellent candidates. For some recruiting desks, like I actually think in all my years of recruiting, I placed 2 people that came from a job ad, one of our job postings. The rest was headhunting. Some people in our company, they get incredible candidates based on their ads, depending on what desk they sit in. I have no time to source, right? That's the one. Well, I have no time to source, so I'm just going to pick the best of who's there, right? We need to make the time. Like that's basically, right? Critical. 30 minutes a day, build it in. And then not having a sourcing strategy in place, right? A lot of us just kind of wing it, which is normal, right? It happens. I'm going to try here. I'm going to try here. I'm going to bounce all over. Sometimes it's like a pinball in a pinball machine, bouncing back and forth. Like, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try that. But having a strategy, having a structure, having a format in place is just going to serve us well. Just a couple other quick things. We're not going to really delve into this. Whether you've already taken this session on ethics or not yet, a lot of the stuff comes up more in that topic, but thinking about those bona fide occupational requirements, obviously always adhering strictly to the Human Rights Code. Like it does not go enough. It cannot be said enough that ignorance is not an excuse to discriminate. You need to do what is right and what is within the law. Also factoring those right things that we talked about, client urgency, their own expertise that we've talked about. What are the Employment Standards Act? You can go on to ACSESS website to get all sorts of information on these topics. Employment equity. What's the complexity of the role? What's the availability of the candidate like? What's the supply? What's the demand? So these are just factors that we're really thinking about before we start sourcing candidates and start screening them. A couple other things that we're going to just touch on about sourcing and headhunting before we get into our next step, but really thinking about those online sources as well. So I asked all of you, and you've already talked about some of it. What are the methods? Where do you go? Where do you find candidates? And there's so many online sources from LinkedIn. There's Talent Insight, there's LinkedIn Recruiter, there's Twitter. This is a whole separate subject on social recruiting, but you can search followers of companies. You want to post on, post, you want to share, you want to connect, you want to like, you want to be seen visible to some of these candidates. Facebook, Instagram, same thing. Some of you, that might be an avenue of sourcing candidates, and there's all sorts of Boolean type things that you could do directly in Facebook and Instagram, and all kind of neat things that you can do. Google X-ray searches, again, those Boolean searches directly in Google, staff directories, you can do all Boolean strings for that. Trade shows, what are they on the membership directories, those association websites, some of them still list their members, which is amazing when they do. Zoom info. And then all sorts of places thinking outside the box. So where maybe we'll post a job ad, and some of them are free, some might be paid, but Facebook Marketplace, believe it or not, wherever the areas are. Some people post jobs there depending on the nature of the job, depends on what actually you'll get back. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, posting an ad on Kijiji. And I've taken a whole bunch of courses on some of these things. So I would encourage you to Google some of the stuff. Posting your ad on LinkedIn, that's pretty standard fare. Maybe if there's a budget, or if it's not, maybe it's free. Some of the association websites allow you to post jobs on there as well. Post an ad with universities and colleges. I've done that often. I would reach out to, if it's okay to have a student or a new grad, I'd reach out to the instructors or the professors, and I'd say, got this opportunity. I remember doing that with a graphic design one. And I reached out to our college here, and I sent it to the instructor of the graphic design program. He forwarded my job description, and I had about 30 resumes of excellent graphic designers, of which I since at that time I had placed a couple of them. Posting ads again, as I just said, niche job boards. I did a lot of recruiting in the agriculture industry. So I went to niche job boards in agriculture and posted stuff on their, whatever it was called, agri-jobs or ag jobs, something like that. So lots of different places to start thinking outside the box so that we can really figure out, how do I step up my game? How do I get more people? And then we can actually say to our clients with conviction that this is all the stuff that we do, right? This is how we find our candidates. This is the difference I'm going to bring. This is the value that we're going to bring to you. And then recruiting sources. Again, as I've already said, lot of these avenues, but it's referrals. Referrals, referrals, referrals. And one of the things that Dale Carnegie, if anyone's ever done some of his training or read his books or anything like that, is that 90% of people will provide a reference if asked. But how many referrals do you think, like if you were to say 90% of people will provide a referral, but only 10%, not a part of that equation with the 90% will give a referral. That's unrelated. It just so happens that 90% of people, when asked for a referral, directly asked, will often give a referral. The problem is that only 10% of people actually ask for referrals. So we're not asking for referrals enough. We're relying on all of these other sources and not just picking up the phone, right? And calling that professor or that instructor of that university or sending them a message. Of not reaching out to somebody, the past placements that you've done. Maybe you've got temp employees at a location. Ask them, what other temps do you work with? Do you think they would be interested in having a conversation with me when their temp comes up, when their assignment comes up? What about all the candidates you've ever spoken with in a particular sector, reaching back out to them? Who do you know? Who do you know that may be looking? Who do you know that may not be looking, but you hold in high regard? Maybe it's doing a flip reference check, right? You're doing a headhunt call, or you're doing a reference check. Ask them, what about yourself? Number one, does your company hire as well? And how do they recruit? Number two, have you thought about looking for change? Asking candidates during the interview. There's so many opportunities during that candidate interview to obtain referrals. And so it's important to recognize that trust is also earned. You don't want to just call it's different if you're calling a professor and explaining who you are and why, but in some cases, trust is earned. And that trust to be able to reach out to somebody and ask them, like, who do you know? It's based on honesty. It's based on consistency. It's based on your integrity. It's based on your professionalism. And then be able to ask some of those questions, like, who do you know who might be looking for change, or who do you know who may not be looking for change? Who do you report to? Who do you work closely with? Who's outstanding in your field? How do you fit into your family tree in your company, right? So asking those kinds of questions. Who was the lead on that project? Who last supervised you in that company? It's all about name gathering, right? We're hunting and we're gathering. So we're hunting for names. And we're gathering, we're collecting names. And then the farming out, if we want to use that analogy, the farming to grow and maintain and to build trust. But that's sort of what I say to people when they start as a recruiter. I'm like, your job is to gather names. That's what we need. We just need names. And then we can figure out how to reach them. And then passive candidate sourcing. How many people make this an active part of your day? Passive. Well, do you know what I mean by passive candidate sourcing? What do I mean by passive candidate sourcing? Simply said, it's just headhunting, right? Finding those candidates who are not actively applying to jobs. Yes, people who are not actively looking. The people who aren't applying to job boards, they're not scouring the internet, they're not getting notifications that a new job in your location has come available. These are the individuals that are working. Maybe they're on a temp assignment or a contract. Maybe they're gainfully employed in a permanent situation and they're not actively looking, right? So those ones, as I said, yes, those candidates who are actively seeking jobs are equally as good as those who are not, and we don't want to dismiss that. But depending on the type of desk that you run, even if you're running a temp desk, I've had people say, well, I run a temp desk, so I don't headhunt, or I'm not actively looking for those people, but why not? Like, you still need to have your pool and your matrix of temp employees. It's not just for perm. And so using the tools and reaching out, like, how many new people, how many net new candidates have I actively sourced by asking my candidates, right? Who do you know? Who do you work with? What other temps do you admire? Who have you worked with? Who are you currently working with on a temp basis? Who else do you think is excellent at what they do, right? And ask yourself, right? I really invite you to think, do I bring in net new names? I'm not just relying on other things. So really tracking that and asking for referrals is going to be key. Okay, so we have a break. So I would give you guys 10 minutes just to stretch your legs, get some water, and then come back in 10 minutes and we will carry on. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Just so I know if you are there, again, I can't see anyone the way I'm set up here, but can you let me know in the chat if you have returned? Okay, thank you, Leanne. Crystal, okay. Excellent, excellent, okay. Got about half of you that have said you're there. Just give it another few seconds for everyone else. Okay, wonderful. I think the majority, so let's hop back into things. So, now we're on step 3. So we were talking about that whole process, job order, super critical nature of whether it's us ourselves doing that, or we're maybe joining an account manager or a colleague or somebody else, and then the information gets handed to us. And then the different sourcing aspects, how do we do that? What do we want to keep in mind? And now obviously the screening and the interviewing. And it's important for us to recognize how critical that screening process is. Again, depending on your company's processes, depending on the nature of your desk, the types of candidates and roles that you recruit for, this screening and interviewing can be a 2-in-1. I know some of our temp recruiters, like the screening call or that first conversation with that candidate is the interview. Some cases it's a 2-step process where you might do a 5-10 minute phone screen, and then more of a structured scheduled interview, which might happen right away, or it might happen within a couple of days or weeks following. Just so that I understand from a context standpoint, what is your current process? Is your screening and interviewing mostly a 1-step process, or do you have that 2-step where you call the candidate, it's a quick screen, and then you book it for a more formal interview? Two-step, call to book for the formal interview, two-step. For me, it's a 2-step. And so in that 2-step process, is that first call a qualifying call, or is it more of a, hi, received your resume, or I came across your resume, or I came across your profile, love to schedule you for another interview? Or do you use that to delve a little bit deeper? Again, no right or wrong, just curious if the process. Qualifying depends on the role. Okay, qualifying. So those first calls is to qualify if I want to spend more time for the interview. Okay. How long typically is your screening call to qualify? And then how long typically is your interview, that second step? $50 minutes and then 45. And Connor, out of curiosity, are you more temp or perm or both? Because I'm just curious to see on those numbers. 8 to 13, qualifying 20 to 30. Okay, so some of you are all the same. 10 minutes, 45 minutes, depends on the time, 2 to 3 a perm contract. Both technical can be 15 to 20, 10-minute qualify. Pre-screen call is 5 minutes, 1 hour interview. Okay, interesting. Both temps and perm. So some of your interviews are quite a bit longer than I would have expected, not in a bad way, in a good way. I do believe in, getting to know candidates as best as we possibly can. And I also recognize that in some situations, it doesn't warrant a full 45-minute to 60-minute interview where it's going to be faster. Some of you, just by the sheer volume of candidates you may be screening every day or interviewing every day, it could be very high volume. Where then that time by necessity would be condensed. Okay, excellent. And so again, goes without saying that we need to qualify candidates before presenting them to clients. I don't know about you guys, but I have had my fair share of conversations with clients where candidates have been presented to them by some of our competitors that had not even screened the candidate. Like it was literally the other recruiter was in a race against the clock. They wanted to get that candidate in front of the clients. They got the timestamp and that candidate wasn't properly qualified. So we really need to make certain that this is just goes without saying to really qualify candidates in advance of presenting jobs to them, but also, right, before we present them with a job and we tell them who our clients are and all those details, but before we present them to a client at the same token. So it's really important to be able to do that. We want to know the things that are important to them. It would be like us doing a test drive on a car and not even doing the test drive and then saying we're going to buy it. We don't know, you know, how that car operates. We don't know how the function. What if it's a used car that we're looking at buying? Well, do we really know the age? Do we know the mileage? Do we know the conditions? Do we know the number of owners? Do we know the accident history? Same thing, right? So when it comes to the same with the candidate, when we're screening them, like we need to know these aspects before we can really present a job to them, because we don't really know what's going to matter to them. We don't know if they're looking for, we might assume, because on their resume, they've done a lot of temp. We may assume, well, they must be a temp candidate. But what if they really are looking for perm and we dismiss them, or vice versa? We might assume because somebody, it looks like their career history has always been in trucking and transportation, that we assume that's all they're going to want. Maybe they want to move into manufacturing, vice versa. So it's really making sure that we are truly understanding and asking those things. But one of the things that, in addition to that screening process, when you're identifying, because the majority of you have listed that it's a two-step process. So during that screening call, a lot of things that I know that I would recommend is what I would train people on is asking yourself, is this candidate a quote unquote star? Is this somebody that I actually think I can place? And if they're not, then, right, we want to think about how do we kind of, time is money in our business. We need to be considerate, goes without saying, but how do I assess which candidates will actually get a longer interview if I'm going to dedicate 30 to 60 minutes? Am I going to be spending my time wisely by interviewing this candidate? What opportunities do I have right now for this candidate that might be a fit? Or what opportunities might I have in the future? And if this candidate really isn't in that wheelhouse of the types of roles that I routinely recruit for, is now the right time to meet them? So just thinking a little bit about that, right, as you're going through that screening, because we need to be able to get the top candidates to our clients in the fastest possible time, but making sure it's with quality. And then asking the standard fair questions. Again, for so many of you who've been doing this for a while, this is going to seem pretty standard fare, but things around, obviously, why did you send your resume? Why are you open for change? What's motivating your decision? Why are you looking to go from one company to the next? Why are you looking for work from home? Why do you prefer hybrid? Why do you prefer in the office? Where are you working? Are you working? Describe a typical day, right? What are you earning, or what is it that you need to be earning? What level of compensation are you seeking? Right? So all of those kinds of questions is important. Geographically, where would you like to be located? If it's, you know, are you on a particular bus route? Some of them might have questions around that when it comes to certain assignments. Which 3 companies would you like to work for? Which companies would you not want to work for? Where have you applied? Where are you interviewing? All of those questions is going to be important for us to really keep in mind as we're screening candidates and interviewing them. But why do we do that screen to begin with, right? Some people say, well, why don't I just cut straight to the interview? Well, let me ask you, right? What happens? So here's some reasons, things that we want to be thinking about, but why we're screening: to reduce the candidate pool to a manageable number, right? We want to weed out candidates that aren't a fit for this role or the types of roles that I have. They may be an excellent candidate for something else, but we want to make it manageable. Again, those questions that I would potentially be asking myself. And I don't really love the word, will I waste my time? But am I spending my time wisely right now with this candidate? What would go wrong? What potentially could go wrong if we don't screen candidates first? What can go wrong if we don't screen candidates first?
They might not be a good candidate.
Right. So if you don't do, and again, I keeping in mind that every company has their own processes, policies, procedures, and what's sort of required for you to do. But because so many of you had listed that you do the 2-step kind of process, which is great. If you don't, right, you may not have the right candidate. Somebody wrote poor candidate experience. Someone said they may lack technical qualifications, might not meet the timeline because some positions are very time sensitive. Right? That will make them a match for the role, right? Might not be the right timeline. So may not be eligible for some of the requirements, able to obtain security clearances. Yep, like maybe they need to have NATO security, things like that. So what I find is so many times when I'm working with recruiters and training or coaching them, I sent a candidate an email, I got the resume, or I found the resume in our CRM. It's been a couple of years since we've met with them. I shot them a quick email saying, hey, found your resume. Would you like to meet? Candidate responds back, eventually, sure, why not? Okay, great, let's meet tomorrow. This time, you send them a calendar invite if that's your approach, and the candidate's a no-show. And then the next candidate scheduled for that same date, a no-show. And then another no-show, and then another no-show. What's going on? Why are my candidates all no-shows? How come they're all flaking out on me? No, right? Are we taking the time to, number one, qualify if that candidate's truly looking, why they're looking? And maybe it's not just about the no-shows. So they do show up for that interview and you sent them an email, you didn't screen them, everything was done by that. And they come and you're put aside your 45 minutes to 60 minutes, whatever your typical interview scheduling time is. And they've got all the wrong motivations. They're not really looking for change. They're just kind of, kicking tires a little bit, or they are absolutely not a fit, or all of these factors. So now you've booked time. And because we want to be respectful and be ambassadors to our brand and ambassadors to our industry and to ACSESS as well, you don't want to just say in the first 10 minutes, oh, I think we'll just wrap up here, because that's not considerate. And so what do, right? Maybe you wouldn't do the full hour, but you want to give some courtesy to that person setting aside their time too. So that problem could have easily been mitigated if you spent the 5 to 10 minutes to do a screen. Doesn't mean it's foolproof. You could still get on that call and it have been not time well spent, but still it's important to do that screen if that's part of your process. But just different assessment tools. This is super basic. Don't need to spend a lot of time here, but just different things that are at our fingertips that we may use or may not use when it comes to speaking with the candidates. So whether it's resumes, maybe some companies about, like if you have your own internal application form. I know some of our recruiters have free interview questionnaires that get sent to the candidate. Those telephone screens, which I think are golden. Maybe there's some web-based information if you're looking at them on LinkedIn. Maybe you have that matrix that we spoke about, the one that Leanne, I think it was Leanne, who had also mentioned, it was kind of golden, game changer. Maybe there's that electronic scoring, depending on your systems. Maybe there's different keywords or, different scoring in your ATSs, however it's structured. And then of course, reference checks and background checks and all of those assessment tools. Maybe it's testing, of which we're going to look at in a little bit. And then just generally, once you receive those resumes, right, and you're looking at that screening process. And again, I'm aware that a lot of this information is just a reminder or refresher that you've been doing it for a while, but sometimes that reminder or refresher is a good thing. And because it's easy for us to become complacent in what we do. And sometimes it's going back to the basics. Going old school sometimes is the best approach. But we want to be looking at those things when we're looking at those resumes, and and when we're screening them or we're interviewing them, what was the reason for that change of job? Don't make assumptions, right? Again, one of the things that's easy for us to do is make assumptions. What was the longevity in each organization? Is it explainable? Maybe they're temp, right? Maybe every single job is temp, which is easily explainable. And as long as it's verifiable and reference checkable, those gaps in employment. Let's look at that resume with a critical eye. What is that? Is there job hopping? What's the reason? Is it because of temp, or are they truly job hopping? If they're job hopping, did they leave on their own and why? Did they not leave on their own and why? Can you get references? Maybe there's a lack of career progression, which doesn't mean that's bad. Maybe people are just happy with where they're at, and that's 1001% normal and acceptable. Maybe their resume is missing a bunch of dates, so their resume looks a little bit like, Well, do you actually have 3 years experience or do you have 1 year? Because it can trick you if there's no actual dates or months. No education if it's required. But again, it goes without saying, no discrimination. We really got to make certain that that's not something that that we're practicing. But also identifying those red flags. And resumes are designed like they're very personal documents where candidates have free rein to describe their skills and experience. And this can lead to that ambiguity. It could lead to those issues. And these are the things that we want to qualify further. And my daughter, my 17-year-old daughter, as I mentioned, who's looking for work, had asked me the question, well, can we just put on there, you know, worked at such and such store? I'm like, no, I can't do that. That's not the way it works. I've trained her, I've raised her to be more ethical than that, but it was a legitimate question, I guess, from a teenager. No, right? But people have the free rein to write whatever they want and to say whatever they want on a resume. We need to verify that. We need to validate that. We need to check that, because if we don't, well, guess who will? And it will come back to bite us. Our clients will pick up on that stuff. I don't know about you, but certainly there's been times where I've received calls from clients saying, you know, I just met that person, and did you know that on their resume, like they really weren't there for 3 years, they only have the 1 year. It's like, oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, because I missed that. I didn't delve deeper into those things. So what could be examples of a red flag in someone's resume? What are some examples of red flags? Maybe just type in the first one that comes to mind. Okay, a lot of movement, right? Kind of outline some of those things like the job hopping, spelling mistakes, same excuse for leaving each job, standardized wording. What else is an indicator of it being potentially a fake resume? I know we've seen a lot of IT resumes for sure that are fake, kind of standardized type wording. 2 different resumes with different experience, timeline. Yes, definitely. In our system, we sometimes, when we have candidates that we've had 3 of their resumes and you're like, how come they're all different, totally different? Anything else that comes to mind as a red flag for you? Sometimes the formatting, sometimes when you get a resume and it has like 5 different fonts and 5 different formatting, it looks like it's just been a bunch of resumes that have been copied and pasted together, and it's not actually their own. So there's lots of things that can come up as that. So just something to be keeping in mind. And then again, at the end of the day, it's just really finding the most qualified candidates. Who's the most qualified for the job? Which ones are the best for those, the KSAOs? Making sure that we're adhering to bona fide occupational requirements, of which we'll talk about. And it's really finding the most qualified. And it may not be the perfect candidate. Again, we're not necessarily looking for that 10 out of 10. If we find them, bonus. If we're finding that 7 out of 10, bonus. Sometimes that best candidate, right, that we find is not the best in the eyes of that client because they may not appear as that 10 out of 10. And we'll deal with that. And sometimes we'll deal with clients who maybe they lack experience in hiring. Maybe they lack experience in interviewing. And they're not expert interviewers, so they don't ask the right questions. And so that also comes to that challenge. But our job is to find the most qualified ones. And hopefully during that interview process, and whether your policy or your processes is to work with clients and help them in understanding what kind of nuances of interviewing or whatnot, that's their job. But our job is to find the most qualified and to understand what we're looking for. And it's to understand that personality and that fit to the culture and the company fit to the candidate. So when we're really thinking about all of the things, it's, as I've mentioned earlier, well, number 1, do they have the skills, right? Do they have the technical skills? Do they have the education? Those might be the givens, right? If they don't have the skills, you shouldn't be bringing them forward, because the skills is the bare minimum requirement. The capabilities, though, is how well they can do the job, how well they can manage those skills, and whether it's their sales skills, right? Well, Maybe you're recruiting for a sales role. Well, yes, one of their skills is they have to know how to do a cold call. Great. We interview the candidate. Do you do cold calling? Yes, I do. Excellent. Then you move on to the next question. But no. I want to go back. I want to know, how do you do your cold calling? How many cold calls you make per day? How long have you been cold calling? How many, what's your success rate? How many cold calls do you have to closing a deal? What is your stats? What's your approach? What's your angle? Like all of those things is a little bit, well, how well do they do that cold call? The fact that they can cold call doesn't mean they're good at it. And so this is where the capability piece really goes into, like, really make sure this is what separates. I've got 10 candidates and I need 3. This is the capabilities. And that's where that matrix could also really come in. And then the motivation, right? Do they want the job? Why do they want a new role? What's the reason for that? So if you were to look at these 3, right? Number 1, we're interviewing and screening for skills. We're interviewing and screening for capabilities. Sometimes the skills comes more in that first screening, right? You want to just know the basics. Like, do you have this, that, why, where, all of that good stuff. And then that drawing out that capability comes a little bit more in the interview from a timing perspective. So out of these 3, which one would you say is the most important criteria? And why? And I'd love to hear somebody come on if they wanted to share directly. Which one is the most important and why? Give them.
Of course, it depends on the role, but sometimes I found that motivation. Why do you want a new role? And my managers always taught me that I put myself in their shoe and I ask, am I setting this candidate for a success? What is the motivation? Because if it's just for money, for example, means if anyone else will offer $1 or $2 more, means he's gonna leave. That's not enough motivation for me, for example. But if we are looking for a company career advancement in terms of the change reason, these are enough motivation to make a move, and it tells me that this person is ready to move.
Yeah, excellent. And Leanne seconds that. Perfect. Yeah, the answer is motivation. And yes, it could depend on the role. But even if someone's not currently working, right? A lot of people say, well, does it really matter if they're not working? Their motivation is to work. Well, yes, right? If they want to put food on the table and earn some money, that is the motivation. But it could also be, well, what is motivating you to choose one over another? What's important to you? What matters to you? If I've got 3 different temp roles to present to you, what's going to help you be the deciding factor of which one, right? On a permanent role, if I'm going to present you with a role, you're currently working, you've been in your job for 5 years, why would you leave? Like, really, why would you leave? So it's not just about the money, right? So it's not, well, yeah, if someone's going to jump ship for money. I remember I went through a role play with this yesterday while I was coaching someone, and if it's all about the money, chances are they can get a counter offer, or they're going to jump ship the next time. They're a high flight risk. If it's about the money and a couple other things, like maybe location or geography, or they travel too much or whatever, bad culture, okay, I've got something. But motivation at the end of the day, because a candidate could have all the skills in the world, right? They could have all the skills, like 10 out of 10 skills, and they could be the best. They could be like, maybe we've got that 10 out of 10 when it comes to skills and capabilities. Like, they're amazing. Their results are excellent. Their performance reviews are top notch. Their references are incredible. Maybe they did online testing for us and it's like fantastic. Everything's like nailed it. But at the end of the day, if that person really isn't motivated, then it's going to be hard to convince them, right? You can't squish a square peg into a round hole. So motivation is super key. And so, like I said, it's the skills, the capabilities, and that motivation. And as I have there, it's the most important assessment. And is often the reason, right, why what appears to be a perfect candidate backs out of the process. Well, you took me through the process, right? You can lead the horse to the trough, but you can't force it to drink. And there's another thing I remember Peter Lefkowitz, who I've trained a lot with in our industry, said, you're right, you can lead the horse to the trough, but you can't force it to drink. And when you ask the horse, why aren't you drinking? You never asked if I was thirsty. And so you can make assumptions and you can walk them down. And sometimes it's like, oh gosh, this candidate wasted my time and the client's time, which we're all going to experience that if you haven't yet. It happens. But getting really good at this and putting a significant focus and really making sure that they're motivated can hopefully mitigate some time wasting. And then, right, so what is that? Right, that motivation piece, like what are we assessing? What are we validating? And so maybe, as I've mentioned, it really needs to be more than just money. And again, if they're motivated to accept a new job because of new money, but back it with another factor, really back it with another factor. And again, we don't want counter offers or them jumping market. And we see all different kinds of markets. We see candidate-driven markets. We see client-driven markets. We see lots of counter offers. We see at times, lots of jobs, lots of opportunities. And so really, we want to think about how do I determine what is considered a valid wound, right? So whether it's a candidate motivation, or you might know it as a candidate wound or a career wound, right? Like where does it hurt? And it can't be fixed in their current situation. Right. If what hurts for them is, you know, I don't want to work downtown every day and I'm tired of working downtown 5 days a week. And then they go to resign and their boss is like, why are you leaving? Well, I don't want to work downtown every day. Well, why don't you tell me? Why don't we set it up so you can work from home 2 days of the week? Then the candidate calls you and says, you know what? It's gotten resolved at my work. So it's good to know those things, like wounds that may not, there's no guarantee in life, but may not be resolved in this particular company that they're in. It's important. Just a few other additional factors that we're thinking about when we're working with candidates and we're screening candidates, we're interviewing them, we're presenting opportunities to them. And as I've already alluded to a couple of times, is the other factors that are so important. So we're looking at character traits, right? That individual, how they fit, how they might fit culture-wise, the personalities that they tend to mesh well with, right? What kind of personality they have, what kind of manager do they work well with? Do they not work well with? What kind of, right? What are some of those, you know, nuances or intricacies, things that we may be able to detect, or also by asking them, right? Who do you work well with? Who do you not work well with? Culture, right? What's the ideal culture for you? What doesn't work? Oh, I hate working in the closed door culture because I feel like I can never talk to somebody. Great. You like open door culture. I hate working in a bullpen. I can't concentrate. It's too, like, there's certain things that will help us understand, are we bringing them the right opportunities? And then just the overall fit. At the end of the day, right? Does the job and the client and the candidate, who's the person, is it all a fit, right? Does it all work well together? And that's when a beautiful thing happens, when you've got the candidate who's really, let's say 7 out of 10, and the job is really great for that candidate. And the company is a good fit for that candidate, and that candidate's a good fit for the company and the job. Like, that's what we're really trying to create. Just kind of like a little, I don't know, like to orchestrate, or like a symphony of all these things falling in line. And again, it's not going to always happen 10 out of 10, but you want to try to at least get close to seeing how those sync, right? How does that sync together, and how does that land together? And sometimes it's a little bit of trial and error, right, on the candidates and the interviews, and you might place somebody, and unfortunately, we all been there, where it may not be the right fit on both ends, and you learn from that. But we want to figure that out. So, right, the person in the organization, the person in the job, right? So maybe someone wants a really active work environment where there's lots of people and collaboration and camaraderie, right? Working at a place like Google, that's notorious for some of those examples. Or maybe somebody really prefers just to work on their own, and they don't do well. They're not well in a in-person environment. They work best on their own behind the scenes. They don't want to be, right? So what is that? Where does that person fit the job? And we want to try to do that, number one, to mitigate the chances of fall offs, because those are never fun. to help reduce turnover, generally speaking, right? So trying to match the organization's culture and values to the candidates can be really helpful. And again, I appreciate that in many instances, we don't really get the chance to get to know our clients to that level and to really understand, so we can do our only best that we can. And sometimes that's the best that we can do. So let's talk about also in that interview. And as us, third-party consultants, our ability to identify and screen candidates is obviously a massive part of the service and the value that we bring to the clients, that we can really dissect and spend the time and weed out issues, red flags, things like that. But there's so many, as I mentioned earlier, I've been in situations where candidates weren't even interviewed. The resumes were just submitted to a company because they wanted to get that resume to that company first, which is super not good practice. But they failed to interview. Not only do they fail to screen a candidate, and again, depending on your process, but not screening a candidate can lead to a lot of no-shows or time wasted. But we also don't spend the time getting to know our candidates. And if we get good at this, however long your interview is, whether you are structured for a 20-minute interview, whether you are structured for a 60-minute interview, that's your choice. But being really good at whatever that time allotment is, and helping you really stand out from your competitors. So I'd like to ask all of you, without going into too much detail, but in chat here, when you have, and there's different schools of thoughts. Some recruiters really like an unstructured interview where it's a little bit more like each individual who's sitting in front of you is not a one size fits all. They're each unique individuals. So I'm going to go through the resume. I'm going to ask a bunch of questions, and I'm just going to do it that way. Some like a real structured format. So they'll go through the resume, but they have an interview form. Just like I highly recommend having a job order form so you don't forget to ask those things, but an interview form where it's well documented, it's structured, it's consistent. So some don't do well with that and some do. What is your preferred approach? More of an unstructured kind of free-flowing interview, or more of that structured approach? Structured, questionnaires, dig deeper when needed, structure.
Can I chat this? I think it's too much for me to type.
Oh, sure, yeah, go ahead. Yep.
So we have an application process where you have the work history and the resume. So when I get through like the data entry, using the resume and the work history they provide us in the application is how I make my notes and ask my questions. So I think it's structured in the sense that I have those two tools, but my questions depends on what skills they put on the front of the application, how many years, divulge in that, tell me a little bit more about that. So I guess structured, but not.
Yeah. So, so I think that's great. And so where it could be structured, but mixing a little bit more, like I'm just reading Connor's here too. I like a mix of structured and non-structured, making it more focused. Somebody put in here structured questionnaires and dig deeper when needed, right? So that's kind of like using that structure and that flow and customizing it a little bit to each individual. Some people have structured interview forms based on each job. I used to get to that point where I had interview forms that were structured to a title, but sometimes super specific, like Leanne had mentioned earlier, that even with the job matrix or that candidate matrix, that grid, even getting specific on for a certain job. So it's not just like a one size fits all. And so you can kind of nuance that. Yeah. Structured when I first started, but it's evolved into not being so structured. You learn to tweak things with time, conversation flowing, meet certain requirements. Okay. And then here, Leanne is saying structured, each position has a template. The template includes room to craft. Okay, wonderful. I love the idea of a structured template for job titles or specific jobs, especially when it's a little bit more nuanced. So again, there's the different types. The unstructured, which is also where I talk about the being like a pinball in the pinball machine, which there's nothing wrong with it. As I said, some people prefer that. But what happens is without a set format of predetermined questions, you might not ask the same questions of every candidate. some key questions in advance might be like, tell me about yourself. So there could be some structured, but so tell me about yourself is important, but then it becomes like from there, you may not have that same structure. You might just kind of bounce through the resume and not necessarily ask the critical questions. And you may, depending on what you do. But what ends up happening potentially is that different questions may be asked of different applicants. And because interviewers formulate their questions based on the interviewee's responses, which would happen in a structured format too, unstructured and structured, but because we're asking a lot of different questions only based on their response and then going through the resume, we may not get like the real true side-by-side comparison between one candidate and the next. And so what skills do you have? Check, check, check. What is your capabilities with those and other types of questions? So there's a little bit room there for discrepancy. And it might lack the reliability of a structured interview. So I do like even up until this day, I've done some internal recruiting for a company. I stopped running a desk a long time ago, but internal recruiting for a company to find people for a company, I would still use a structure. And I don't veer off of it. So even 20 years in, it's like a security blanket in the sense that I know I'm asking the same questions. And of course, you need to ad lib. You need to dig deeper. You need to ask more questions. So it doesn't feel like it's an interrogation. You want it to feel authentic and genuine and natural. So it's all about how you finesse it, but by asking the same questions that are going to be important. And so then there's that more structured approach, right? This is just an example. I pulled this off the internet, actually, not our own, but where you might have more of that structured look, where you might have the questions, right? Educational background, your prior work experience, technical, verbal, whatever those questions are. And then right in there, you might have that rating system. So you can build that right into that interview form for yourself as well. So that when you go back and you create that side, if you like the idea of that side-by-side matrix that we looked at, that you can have for your own evaluation. So you can look at the big picture that gets shared with a client. I think they'd be super impressed. But you can do that directly into the interview form. So then it's like, it's there. You can just go back, you plug it into the other one if you're doing another format, and it can give you a more of an objective look on the candidate than subjective. And so then the structure, right? All candidates are asked the same predetermined questions that might be relevant for that type of role, that type of industry, or for an exact job that you're interviewing them for. And then bias can be further more reduced. Sorry?
Okay, here for a second. We're finding, and Whitney may be able to second this, we're finding in terms of the driver applicants, a lot of dishonesty increasing recently in their work history. So sometimes for insurance requirements, we need to have, say, 3 years verified experience. And when we're interviewing, I've had to change it to where I'm running my structured interview, putting in all of my answers, passing it to a second person for a second interview, and ask the exact same set of questions. And we're finding that not many are passing it in terms of their work history or type of equipment they've driven, length of employment. We're having to do this to save us time down the line from them getting to, the placement and being unqualified, or going to the point where we're getting insurance verified letters that are coming back and no, they did not have 3 years at X employer. So this is something I've seen, particularly after the turn of the year, that has really drastically increased.
So what do you think that increase is caused by? Like, what's sort of the thinking around that?
I think, although we have a lot of drivers out there, I think we do lack drivers with qualifications, and we have a lot that are trying to obtain the higher paying driving jobs without putting in the work. So for me, I would kind of classify a say a garbage truck and a fuel tanker to be two very different types of driving. And I need someone that's driving a fuel tanker to have a ton of experience. The fuel tanker pays quite well. So I have applicants that have only driven garbage trucks lying on their resumes to try and get the fuel tanker job, which I have to find because they're a threat to public safety. So I think it's for them to try and get the higher paying jobs without putting in the work and experience that they need in the smaller classed vehicles or the more simple types of driving work.
Yeah, so do you, I mean, is one of the like, is doing reference checks and background checks on all of these individuals customary?
Yes, absolutely. And we want to do it all the time. However, there is something that's also happening in the industry that's causing this to be an issue is some previous employers are now reporting back, we do not complete reference checks.
Right.
That
Right.
has been a big issue. And I really have a strong opinion about that because we're talking about public safety.
Mhm.
And if someone says that they have 3 years experience and I can't verify that, and I've tested them and put them on the road and they're not actually qualified, it becomes a big issue. So we're
Yeah.
having something in place like running a second interview with the exact same set of questions a day or so later with a completely different person, just to try and catch them and verify it that way, because we do find they're not good at lying twice about it.
Yeah, so that might have to be part of that process, is that two-step process, but I could sort of see myself if I were the recruiter in that case. I mean, again, and maybe I would say, listen, we need to do background checks, like even get the references, even if those references won't provide them for you, but we're gonna have to do, verification on every role that you've had. Will we have any surprises on anything? Like I'd like to say it, will there be any surprises that I should be aware of? And then if they're like, oh, wow, they're gonna actually call this company and well, they'll find out that I don't actually do this. Like, I don't know, right? But
I have that actually as one of my structured interview questions
Mhm.
is making that statement. We are going to be checking all of your references. We're going to be verifying all of your employment history. Is there anything that you'd like to tell me first? We'd like to give you the opportunity to speak about, equipment damage or something that you've had in the past.
Mhm. Mhm.
So we just see in some cases applicants that will be dishonest from start to absolute finish. It's been really tough, and I don't know if that's bleeding into other types of hiring and recruiting, or if it's just something that's really increased in driver recruiting. I see Jessica has her hand up, so maybe
Yeah.
she's gonna
Yeah.
comment on that. I won't take too much time. Go ahead.
No, and I wanted to add to what you're saying, Leanne. We're finding that too as an agency. With our agency specifically, we deal a lot with skilled trades, millwrights, electricians, welders, which again can be a huge liability for safety. And some of these individuals, it sounds terrible, but they show up to work and they have a license in electrician 309A, whatever it is, and they're struggling to perform the job and they get let go. So, we can only do so much. And then the client says, how did they get their license? But at the end of the day, I think, this has been an ongoing battle. I don't know how it's happening, but we're experiencing the same thing.
Yeah. And I'm not, yeah, I mean, I think this definitely is a deeper conversation. I feel like it's very important. It makes for a great roundtable discussion, that's for sure, on seeing that. But the only thing I could just say right now is like, if you have to do that two-step interview, like have someone to verify it, or just really putting that statement in there, like we need to conduct references. I need to verify that. So I need to verify that that was, what you drove or whatnot. And sometimes we can only do the best that we can. Yeah, but it's definitely a bigger conversation for sure. Couple of things, just generally speaking, if we're looking at the overall structure of that candidate interview, this is just super basic, but for anyone on here that might be newer, maybe there's certain things that you can take a look at, but just an example of like a well-structured interview. If you're more inclined to do more of that structured approach using the job interview, the candidate interview form, but just, your pleasantries, breaking the ice. I do always recommend setting that agenda. Actually, I was doing some more role playing yesterday on candidates who I sometimes, the ones that are chatty, like that you ask a question and it goes down a whole different path and they don't even answer the question you asked. So I do like to really set the agenda and set clarity and expectation of our time and the questions and staying on track. Asking to some icebreakers, delving into the assessments, and then making sure I don't forget the capabilities. I would do that well before deep diving on the skills. Like if it's on their resume, I still want to make sure it's validated. But if time is short, like I want to know what makes you stand out from that person to that person when it comes to these skills. Maybe some of the behavioral. I do like to throw in situational questions in the interviews because our clients are going to do that. And I want to make sure that I'm not just saying, tell me about your resume, because our clients will do that. But as we probably are aware, more and more companies are using behavioral situational style questions for our candidates, sometimes the hardest ones for them to respond to. So what does that look like? I'm going to throw some at them, see how they respond to that. Ideal next role, compensation, tell me about yourself right here. First of all, not tell me about yourself. I'm going to tell them about a role and then I'm going to sell it to them and see, are they the right fit or why? Why would they be interested? Questions from the candidate's perspective and then closing and setting expectations. So this isn't rocket science or anything that's earth shattering, but just again, if we were sort of looking at it from that continuum, right? That process from beginning to end, there's a flow and each thing builds on each other so that it stops us from being that pinball in a pinball machine, bouncing all over the place. That we're kind of hopefully getting to a structure that ensures that we're asking everyone similar questions. And then I remind them of some of these things, like the behavioral style interview questions, and telling them like why I'm asking you these questions and explaining that these are the ones that are often the hardest for candidates to respond to. These are, and in your booklets, you'll have more information around the STAR method. And tell me about a time when, and there'll be examples that are in there of what you can think about, and then looking at that STAR method on how you can talk to a candidate. This is about questions that you might ask them, and you're listening to see if they've got some of those styles and techniques to respond to situational and behavioral questions. But then also, if you're preparing them and getting them ready to meet with your clients for an interview, you can also bring back in that STAR method, or at least provide them links to websites that have lots of information about how to really get best prepared for these. But in the interview, I do highly recommend throwing in some of those questions. And again, this is really about what they've done in the past. So this is getting the candidates to really think about, in the past, I've had to deal with XYZ, ABC, and here's how I overcame it. Here was the situation. This was the task. This was, the action or what I had to do, and then the overall result. And maybe what did I learn from that as well? So again, not every situation that you're going to have is going to require this, or not every single client under the sun is going to interview our candidates this way, but it is much more popular because people want to actually know, how will you behave? How will you fit into our world, into our culture, into our team? And so again, I really like to include that. And then also the other ones, right? The future questions. And these are more of those situational. So behavior of what you've done in the past and what kind of experiences have you had, and you really force the candidates to really think about, oh yeah, like 3 years ago I did this, or I did that, or I was challenged with this, or I was on this route and this happened or that happened, and how I dealt with it. But then the future is more that situational. And these tend to be the trickiest for candidates to use. And again, so many clients use them. So I really do think about throwing a couple in your own interview with a candidate so that you can see how they fare. You can see how they'll respond, and then it will help you when you help them get ready. And again, you can send them a link. There's lots of, if you just typed in like 50 behavioral questions, you'll find a lot of that online and how to respond to some of them. But again, these are the situational ones. So it's more about, what would you do if a customer walked into the branch and they were angry and belligerent and upset with our services? What would you do if you were part of a team and the other members on the team weren't pulling their weight, and you were left doing all the work? right? Sometimes these situational or these behavioral questions tend to come from a client that's already had a negative experience. They've had something happen in their team or with their clients or in a project or department or whatever. That's often they'll find themselves formulating questions around that. And then again, like what would you do with, if, or tell me about a time when. Does anybody use those kind of questions in your interviewing with candidates? And do you recognize that more companies are using situational behavioral and they're not just going through resume, check, 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 but they're really asking some good questions like that? Gizem, got your hand up.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah, definitely.
okay, hi. Recently I'm working on a technical role and I have to rephrase some questions because I know what my client will ask technical perspective. And I need to make sure that these people, they have experience, because another thing that we are seeing is that it's a great resume. Let's say he's a mechanical designer. It's a great resume. He did machine design, this. And when I try to ask questions like, can you please tell me what type of company that you are working? What did you design? And the guy is not saying anything about the machine. And then when you more go into it, sometimes you see that the person has no idea what they write on their resume. So I always ask, okay, for this role, for example, I need someone to talk to the clients. It's a custom design role. And I ask them, on your role, have you ever deal with a client on your projects, or have you ever worked in an environment where you have to present your design, defend your design? So I always ask them to give me an example, and I'm trying to match that with the resume. If they mention it, if they put it, or the guy is just, the candidate is just trying to get the job. They are just saying the things that I want to hear. But the more you go into the detail, after a few minutes, you already know if it's a fit or not.
Yeah, and that's exactly right, about going into that detail a little bit more and digging deeper. So those are certainly some good examples there. Anyone else have an example of how you may approach that? How about just whether you are injecting, and you can put into chat too, but are you injecting intentionally these types of questions into your interviews, or do you see the value or not in doing that? All right, no one? Okay. Oh, got one there. Really depends on the role. Okay, yeah, so it depends on the role that you might throw some in there. Okay, just something to throw in there, right, just for fun, as an option. So we're getting close to getting to step 4, which is that last step in this. And guys, I do apologize if you're hearing some background noise. Not only do I have a dog that's barking like crazy, the reason why she's barking because I happen to be having some construction done at my house. So I apologize if there's some background noise. So what I wanted to go through is a bit of an exercise here on whether you can ask these interview questions. And sometimes there are questions that we may not realize are no-nos. And so I wanted to go through just a little bit of a fun exercise. What I want you to do is to type into chat your answer, really whether it's yes or no. And that's it. And can you ask these questions or not ask these questions? I will show each one, you type into chat, and then I'll tell you the correct answer. And again, something to keep in mind for yourself, but sometimes I've had candidates come back from an interview and say, wow, like they asked me if I was planning on having babies. I'm like, what? No, that's like a no-no. So I've already given you a hint. That one will be a no. So it's important just to recognize some of the things that are okay and that aren't okay. So I'm going to show the first one is, are you a Canadian citizen? So in chat, type in whether that's a yes or a no. Okay, so someone says yes if it's a BFOR. Otherwise, it's actually no. The question that you would want to ask is, are you authorized to work in Canada, or do you require sponsorship? Okay, better to ask status. Yes. What languages do you read, speak, or write fluently? Is this a yes or a no? Okay, yep, resounding yes. What days are you available to work, or any restrictions working on certain days? Okay, yes is the answer. Are you a member of a professional or trade group that is relevant to our industry? Okay, another yes. How old are you, or when did you graduate from high school? That's a big no. Okay. However, on some applications that I've seen recently, it does say, in order to work in this environment, like maybe it's a restaurant or a bar or a lounge or somewhere, one needs to be over the age of 18. Do you fit into that criteria? Yes or no? So I have seen that, but it doesn't specifically say how old are you. How much longer do you plan to work before you retire? Hey, big no, right? A different question might be is, what are your long-term goals? I see you worked at ESSO. Do you know John Smith? Okay. So the question, this one's a little bit of a gray one, but generally speaking, it's best practice not to say that. Because that puts the candidate almost instantly perhaps on the defense, or a little bit of like, ooh, they know John Smith. I don't want them to know that we're interviewing. Even if it's somebody who doesn't work there anymore, they just don't need John Smith. So it kind of puts that candidate in a position of yikes. So if you're wondering if they know John Smith, because you're thinking John Smith could be a good reference, you might say something more along the lines on, are there any employees with ESSO that would provide you with a favorable reference? You could kind of angle it more that way. So it's important to recognize that. Have you worked or earned a degree under another name? Okay, we've got a no, we've got a yes, no, question mark, no, not sure. So the answer is actually yes. You can ask that question. Have you worked or earned a degree under another name? It's nothing illegal about that. Yeah. And so I don't set the rules, but I just know the answer is it's okay. Do you have or plan to have children? You should all get a resounding response on this one. No, 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 big no. Can you get a babysitter on short notice for overtime travel? Okay, it's a no. Depending on the role, and you may need to understand, are they somebody that can sort of drop everything on a dime? You might say, you'll be required to travel or work overtime on short notice. Will this be a problem for you? Who is your closest relative to notify in case of an emergency? Okay, we've got a no, question mark, yes, question mark, not sure. I'd ask in an interview. Okay, so the answer is actually no, because the word closest relative, well, this person may not want their relative contacted. We don't know, right, what their situation is like. So it should just simply be, in case of an emergency, who should we notify? What do your parents do for a living? Okay. The answer is no. It might simply be, tell me about how you became interested in X industry. Okay, just a couple more. Are you vaccinated? Unless the rules have changed since I did this last, and maybe they have, the answer I have is no. That you would say instead, some employers still have a vaccine policy. Are you comfortable with that? Okay, just a few more. If you get pregnant, will you continue to work and will you come back after maternity leave? It's a big no. The next one. We've always had a man, woman do this job. How do you think you will stack up? Yeah. Yuck, right? So it's a big no. Just goes without saying, it's a big no. Have you ever been disciplined for your behavior at work? Okay, it's a yes. Do you smoke or drink? Right. It's a no, goes without explaining. Now, there are some instances where one could say in the past, have you been disciplined for violating company policies forbidding the use of alcohol or tobacco or cannabis? Are you able to reach items on a shelf that's 5 feet tall? The answer for this one actually is yes, if it's a bona fide occupational requirement. How much do you weigh? No. How many sick days did you take last year? Another no. If it's important for your client to know, the question you could say is how many days of work did you miss, but not specifying sick? Are you able to perform the specific duties of this position, or do you have any restrictions allowing you to perform the duties of the specific role? Yep, it's a yes. Are you able to perform the essential functions of this job without reasonable accommodations? Yes. Are you able to start work at 8 a.m.? Are you willing to relocate? And last, have you ever been convicted of X fraud? Theft. The answer is no. You instead could say, have you ever been convicted of a criminal offense for when a pardon has not been granted? And I actually noticed that on my daughter's job applications, exactly word for word. Okay, so just a little bit of a fun thing, but keeping in mind certain questions you can and can't ask, be mindful of that. And just always be so careful in your conversations with candidates, and knowing what clients might be asking candidates that they shouldn't be asking. So just looking at potential roadblocks, right? For every candidate we find, there could be potential roadblocks from placing them into jobs that we have, from that could prevent us from placing them in jobs that we have. And so the better that we get at identifying some roadblocks, the more trust that we'll have with dealing with them, the more trust that they'll have with dealing with us and our clients as well. And there's so many different kinds of roadblocks that we may be looking at. Maybe they have other jobs they've applied for, other jobs they've yet to apply for, counter offer, contract extension, contractual issues, notice periods, personal situations, visa, their commute, right? How was the drive? How about the bus route? How about the culture? Not liking who they met when they meet with our candidate, with our clients. Maybe they, oh, I've had this a few times. Oh, I can't start for another 3 months now because I have a bonus and I don't want to miss the bonus. Okay, I should have asked earlier. Pension. oh, this company doesn't have a pension, the pension is golden, I'm not sure if I could leave. Skeletons in the closet, maybe they had bad references. So there's all roadblocks that we're going to overcome too. So again, we want to be as thorough as we can. We want to ask as many questions as we can within reason, asking the legitimate questions within the confines of the law, making sure that there's no discrimination. We're looking at all the bona fide occupational requirements. All of those things are important, but always keeping in mind, right, in the back of our mind, like there's a lot going on when we're working with candidates. There's a lot for us to be thinking about and evaluating and assessing that we're like, okay, are they a star? Do we have roles for them? Do they have the skills? Do they have the capabilities? Are they motivated? What are they working for? Can they respond to the questions? Do they have examples, right? Do they have skeletons in the closet? Do they have good references? Do they have all of these other issues? There's just so much, right, that's going on to it. So even though people say, oh, it's not rocket science, it's an art form. It truly is an art form. And that's how I believe. I believe as recruiters, we're like part artists, sourcers, media specialists, marketing gurus, part therapists by working with candidates sometimes that have emotions. So there's a lot going on. And the one thing that we also want to keep in mind is that sometimes we're that tester and we're looking at testing and checks and references and all of the fun stuff that some of our companies may or may not provide as a service or a resource for our clients. But I say it goes without saying, reference checks, hands down, when you take the course, and you haven't taken the course yet on ethics, there's a whole talk about that, like the criticality of doing references. Even if a client says, don't worry, we don't need references, nuh-uh. You still want to do references. You need to cover yourself and protect yourself and your organization at the same time. But things like sources of information. So those background checks, the who do we want to reference? And I know that you, when you're talking about some of these candidates, they're just outright lying, like they're fudging their resumes and they're lying in the interviews. That's requiring another interview to validate. And even the references aren't giving us references and all of that stuff. So it's becoming harder and harder to do, but in our best ability. And if that particular company can't provide a reference, is there somebody within that organization that you worked closely with that would vouch for you or not? Like what can you do? And it's, again, I think it's a very interesting common or question that's come up on how do we deal with these references? And I think that warrants a whole other conversation because I think it's going to become more and more difficult for people. And so when we're thinking about the reference checking is we want to make sure that in the best of our ability, that it's to help gain assurance that this individual has been successful in their job. Now, the other thing is, and maybe you all do this anyway, is that when that company can't provide a reference, well, going back to the candidate, was there somebody that you worked with in that company who's no longer there? And that might be a little bit more green light in some instances. Is there somebody that you worked like, is there a periphery, like something that we can try to get? And we want to make sure that if we're doing those references, number one, I don't know about everybody, but I know a lot of companies have, like, that's part of your contract. When your clients sign your contract or your proposal or your fee agreement or whatever you call it there, is we provide references. And if you say that, then we need to execute. We need to do our best to execute and get that. But it's a protective, right? You want to make sure that you're covering yourself and that you're gaining the insurance to validate, dispel concerns. Are they truly a legitimate candidate? Are they a fake candidate? With companies, when some candidates give you a phone number of someone that they worked with, what I would recommend that some people do, if you're like, is this really somebody who they worked with at the company, or is this their buddy that lives down the street? Well, I want the phone number of the company. I'm not going to call that person's cell number. I want that number of the company. I'm going to call the 1-800 number and hopefully get through, or their main desk and get switched to that person. I want to make sure that these references are legitimate. To the best that we can, gain better understanding of the types of supervision. So there's so many reasons why it's important. Employment testing. Some of our clients ask us to do employment testing. Some of us just do it anyway as a part of our process. It can be time consuming. Sometimes it's costly for our clients, right? That process of hiring is time consuming and costly and stressful. And those candidates with those impressive resumes who may interview really well, but maybe they do fall short. Maybe we have good references, but sometimes they fall short when it comes to performance because of a mismatch between their traits and the job requirements. So some companies really live and breathe by these assessments, which sometimes is unfortunate because they're excellent and they just don't do well on these kind of tests, but sometimes it is what it is. And so what are we providing? And this can be one way to help our clients mitigate the risk of making a hiring mistake. Because people can be excellent with their resume, excellent in their interview process, but then if all of a sudden they're doing some kind of test, maybe it's an Excel test or whatever it is, speed, typing speeds and things like that, and it really shows, okay, they're not as strong as they've said they are. So there's different kinds of employment testing that we might be thinking around. There's aptitude tests, which again, I've had so many clients that have ruled out top-notch salespeople who've been like perennial top performers in what they do and have the, all the client contacts, but they just didn't do well on these tests, and the client's policies, they don't hire them, which is super frustrating, but that happens. Same with personality tests, skills tests. So depending, right, in many situations, a skills test doesn't lie. If somebody just doesn't have the programming that they say that they have, or they don't have the skills, the typing speed, or the Excel, or whatever that might be, they don't have it. And so sometimes those tests don't lie. Physical ability tests, 1001% only for a bona fide occupational requirement. Work samples. So as an example, for myself, when I was doing my recruiting, I was doing sales and marketing recruitment. So a lot of my marketing candidates would have a portfolio, or they would be asked to do an assignment as a last step on putting together a marketing flyer or something like that. So that could be a work sample, or work sample could be someone having a portfolio online of different websites that they've developed and different coding and programming and things like that, or different apps that they've developed. So those could be work samples. But the one about the physical ability test, again, super 100% has to be a bona fide occupational requirement on why they're asking. Otherwise, they shouldn't be asked to do that. And we're getting to an area that really needs to be careful. Obviously, I can't imagine as recruiting companies that we ourselves would be doing that, but if our clients are asking for it, there needs to be validation for that. And according to the Human Rights Code, to conduct a test of this nature, right, again, if that bona fide occupational requirement is not established, then it shouldn't be done. Unlike our neighbors to the south, and I don't know if maybe things have changed in the US, but in Canada, we have those provisions, the Human Rights Codes with respect to medical testing, specifically pre-employment drug and alcohol testing. And there are exceptions, maybe testing that's allowed after a conditional offer of employment is made in writing. Maybe the applicant, having been informed before that it's a condition on passing this test, has been proven that maybe that's an area of that. But things that are going to be more common, when you think police and fire service, there's physical ability tests, things around that. But again, this is one just to be really mindful of. And it's a procedure that's really used to defend a discriminatory employment practice and make sure that in good faith, that if companies are requesting these things, that there's true validation for that. Is anyone working in a sector? I know some of you in the trucking and transportation that you talked about. Would this as an example, and I can imagine if you have, running machinery and equipment and driving and transportation, that these would be a validated BFOR for certain testing. So I'm just curious what types of physical or medical testing that each of you may have encountered. I've only encountered it once. Again, I was doing a sales recruiting. And so I've seen drug and alcohol testing once, and it should have never been allowed. That candidate was a Manitoba-based candidate who went to Quebec for the interview. In Quebec is when they did it, where there was, it was just sort of a different legislation. And because it was a Manitoba-based candidate, it was kind of a big issue. So that's the only time I've ever seen that. So you've seen drug and alcohol. What else? Anyone else seen any other kind of testing like that?
We had one where there was a physical because of the job itself, the driving and the lifting, they had to pass a physical and they ended up hiring our associate in the end. So I've seen that. I've seen the drug and alcohol for driving.
Yep.
I don't think I've seen anything else.
Okay, yeah, so pretty common in that sense. Yeah, and again, as long as it's bona fide, fit to work, eye exam, blood work, etc., especially when dealing with machinery, this has been most for skilled trades recruitment for us. Okay, super. Thank you, everyone. And so just really, again, there are benefits. There's benefits to doing these pre-employment assessment benefits, you know, ones that we can, some clients will have us do, we'll just do it naturally as our line of service, and some that our clients will do themselves. So there's reasons, right? There's certainly good reason for it. There's maybe getting to know the candidates a little bit further, maybe it's screening faster, maybe it's increased objectivity, so it's not so subjective. Maybe it's also just to recognize potential and not necessarily as a tool to rule people out. When we hire for our company, these tools, like when we do online profiles, it's more like personality and behavioral assessments. It's not so that we can rule people out. I mean, unless something really was a red flag, but it's more of, if we hire this person, what's the potential, right? What do we need to know? How can we onboard them? How can our managers work with them? That's how we may use that, but not everyone. Maybe, again, raise a red flag, reduce turnover, to help avoid a costly mistake.
Jill, can I say something? Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I use some of the assessments too as a way to speak to the customer in the sense that like our assessments have the breakdown in each category. So I can go through and say, yes, the overall global is probably not as where we want it to be. However, they've reached this mark in each category. So that tells me they're trainable, which along with their reference have attested to it. And it's just good engagement conversations with the customer, and oftentimes they take the bite and it works out well.
Yeah, right. It's excellent. And that's excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that, because, you know, again, it comes down to like really recognizing like that's part of the value, that's another value add that you're explaining there, and what we can bring and how we can differentiate and how we can offer an exceptional service. Kind of like that, rolling out the red carpet a little bit and providing that white glove service so that our clients are like, okay, like they really see the value that we can bring in by partnering with us as well. So just to summarize, last real slide here, it's just, we've gone through a lot of stuff. For me, always these 3 hours seem to fly by. I'm not sure how it feels for everyone else, because 3 hours is a long time, but really just the sources of information and the things that we've really looked at. And so in your comment, right, that's one example of like what we can bring to our client. And we wanted to be able to talk to our client about all of the things we do, all of our sources of information, the tools, so that we can make the best all-around decision. From this is how we recruit, this is how we build our pools, we do pre-screening, you know, we have candidates, we're always trying to bring in fresh candidates to our system, and we're not just recycling the same ones over and over again. Nothing wrong with that, but we also want to bring in fresh talent. And so you're showing the client like that you've done your due diligence. You've gathered a lot of valuable information. And so you want them to look at us as more of just providing resumes and just a resume service, but we're really providing a true consultancy. We're providing value. And we've got the resumes as our tool. We're going to really dissect them and make sure they're legit. We're going to do phone screens. And before a candidate even makes it through our door for an interview, we're going to screen them. Maybe there's application forms, there's tests, there's assessments or interviews. We're spending the appropriate time. We're asking candidates about not only what skills they have, but why they're good and why they're motivated, why they would take your job over another job. Maybe we're creating candidate profiles or like those candidate bios. We're going to do references. We can do background checks. We can get work samples if you need. If we need someone to put together a 30, 60, 90-day business plan of how they're going to step into that leadership role, we can get that for you. Right? Maybe ourselves, we're looking at LinkedIn recommendations on candidates. We're checking them out. So there's just a whole variety of things that we can bring to the client to talk about, you know, what we do and really the sources of information we have. So with 1 minute left to spare, I'd love to ask everybody whether you want to come on and share verbally or you want to type it into chat. And again, for a lot of these things, it's just reminders. Gizem.
Hi, sorry, before we finish, I have a question actually. I'm a little confused.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, no question exercise that we did. First question, are you a Canadian citizen? So there's, I do work with different clients. So one of them is in the army, works with the government, and the requirement is being a Canadian citizen. But when I ask the candidate, may I please ask what is your what is your status in Canada? Sometimes the answer that I get, I have work permit, but technically I'm not asking that. So because it's the requirement, I have to ask that question. So you guys said no, but technically if it's the requirement, I understand it's like personal, everyone's stage is different. And when I recruit in Montreal area for aircraft industry, however, when I ask, so they can have only open work permits, but many people, they come here with the closed work permits. So I usually ask, so are you able to work in another company? So I can revert those questions, but are you Canadian citizen? I cannot really revert that. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I know someone put in there about your status, like what is your status? I mean, I think what comes to mind for me is if they say they have a work permit.
They can be PR and they can have work permit, but even PR is not enough for that role. They must be a Canadian citizen.
My guess is, and I'd love to hear someone else's sort of thoughts around that, and certainly it will be something for me to Google afterwards. Is if they are a Canadian citizen, they would probably say I'm a Canadian citizen, especially if they're not originally from Canada and they've gone through the whole process and they've had their work permit or they had a PR and now they're a Canadian citizen. I would imagine that they would say, oh yeah, no, I'm a Canadian citizen. But I don't know. I'd love to, I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction because I don't have the exact answer for that. But that would be my first thinking. If they say I've got a work permit, that would be your indicator of, okay, they've got a work permit, so they're not a Canadian citizen, therefore they're not the right fit. But I would be open to someone else sharing. And while we're going, doing that, if by all means, if people have to hop off, I'd love to just quickly know in chat what your biggest takeaways were. But does anyone have any sort of thoughts on that? On how to respond to her or what you've encountered as well?
I do ask this, by the way, of course, I have to mention, I guess. I ask this question. I'm so sorry to ask you this, but this is the biggest requirement before we go further. May I please ask your status? If they, I ask this question by starting apologizing, so showing them that I know it's not normal. However, it's the requirement. I have to ask you. Of course, I follow that approach.
Wouldn't she be,
oh, go ahead.
no, but wouldn't she be able to ask it because it's a bona fide, like it's a requirement for the customer? Wouldn't that make it okay for her to ask it?
I know, I just want to be careful. Like, that was sort of what I thought about too right away. It's like, well, if it is a bona fide occupational requirement that they have to be a Canadian citizen, like, if the government issued this as a job description that they had posted on the Government Canada website, would it say in there must be a Canadian citizen?
I believe they do. I will double check, but it's like, because they carry confidential information, like, yeah, Jessica, you're right. Technically, the part that they work with is the army. So as much as we try to keep it confidential, we have like, it's like same goes with the vaccination as well, because some of the plants they required. So I'm asking that, like, if they are not vaccinated, I don't have to go through the screening because I know that they won't be able to go in. Why would I spend my time? So I have
Yeah.
to these questions based on the client requirements, right? So we work with the clients, they work with us, so we need to bring down what they are asking for. But at the same time, what I'm seeing is it goes against.
Yeah, so I know like what Connor says, my clients who have this requirement usually state that in the job description. Like I would think that that would be an indicator too. Again, I just
I
don't
do
want to say
put it on the job
for sure.
description though.
But
Like I put that must be Canadian citizen. I put that on our job application at least.
Do you
Okay.
post it then in Indeed? Because I thought Indeed, sometimes if it's worded incorrectly, like you can't say must have a driver's license
Mhm.
or.
Oh no, we can, like I did.
And they still post it, like they don't.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, because usually the way that the wording is more like it's an asset, right? Or it's preferred.
Yeah, I don't want to make a mistake in the exam. So if I would say yes, everyone is no, but I'm actually kind of doing that. So that's why I wanted to bring everyone's attention to see what are the other people are doing.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question. It's a very valid, legitimate question. So I would, because I don't want to steer you wrong, my gut is similar. If it's a bona fide occupational requirement of the job, if the government is putting it on their own job descriptions, and I would, I don't know, like if your company has a lawyer that you guys consult with on these kinds of things, like maybe just to cross your T's, dot your I's, and make sure it's only because I know I've been in situations, not about that, but long time ago, I got into a situation where like I innocently said something to a candidate, nothing bad, like it was like, it was irrelevant, but it was something so minor. And I was like, really? Like, do you really want to rush back from your maternity leave? New mom, like, it was super innocent. And she took us to the Human Rights Commission, like for something super innocent like that.
Wow.
And like unbelievable, right? So it was like literally that innocent. So so that's why I'm always like, I always just want to take extra precautions because you just never know. You just never know how people are going to operate, what their operating system is like when it comes to that thing. So I would just want to make sure I've crossed my T's, I've dotted my I's, maybe go to the Government Canada website, search that, because maybe things have changed, check with, double check with, if there's a company lawyer that, like those kinds of things I would just be careful on. But again, if it's on the Government Canada's website and they've listed it and you're really just looking at the actual job description that the government's giving you, then I would say it's pretty safe. But we have to be so careful about discrimination. Just the smallest thing can come back to bite you.
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit lucky on that because, I have a strong accent, I'm sure you noticed. So I was not born here. So when I talk to the candidates, if they have accent, when I ask, like, they don't feel offended. Sometimes they tell me, oh, are you from this nationality? Oh, are you Russian? Are you this? And I'm like, no, but, some cultures, it's normal. Like where I'm from, you don't want to hear the interview question. They ask, are you planning to have a kid? How many kids?
Yeah.
So like I'm seeing the two edges actually. So it's really interesting. Anyway, thank you so much.
Yes.
I don't want to take if anyone
No
else has any
problem.
questions. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I see that Leanne put in her biggest takeaway. If
I
there's
would say
any,
that's mine too. It
yes,
is.
okay. Content from today, create more structure. Thank you, valuable information. I'm taking away great information. Excellent. You guys, I have to say, I've been doing this for years with ACSESS, and you guys have been the most engaging group. I love it, and it energizes me as well. So thank you for all of the engagement and the questions and excellent stuff here. I'm available on LinkedIn. I work with Applin. So if you're looking for me, it's Cantor with a K. By all means, connect with me. And yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any questions. And good luck as you complete your CPC and write your exams. So
Thanks, Jill.
thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.